Hi, everybody. Good morning. This is the Committee on Finance for our hearing Tuesday, April 7th, 10 a.m. agenda in conference room 308. We have two resolution agendas that we're going to be going through. The second one being our DM only agenda, but we will start. Since these are resolutions, we will be taking up the House concurrent resolution and the House resolution in tandem. So first on our agenda, we have HR 18, HR 9, requesting the Department of Health to convene a hospice working group to examine trends and regulations in the hospice industry. And first up, we have testimony from the Department of Health and Support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Lauren Kim for the Department of Health will stand on our testimony offering comments and support.
Thank you. Members, also testimony from one or the other organization. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, moving on to the next set of resolutions, that's HCR 139, HR 131, requesting the Department of Health, Department of Human Services, and Department of Education to develop a coordinated plan to reduce the impact of fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. We have the Department of Education in support. Not present. Department of Human Services with comments on Zoom. Not present. Department of Health with comments.
Good morning, Lauren Kim, Department of Health. The department will stand on its testimony offering comments, and we definitely appreciate the emphasis on prevention. This is something that our community can do a better job preventing, and that is the focus of public health. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities in support.
We'll stand our testimony in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Disability Rights Center in support on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'm Lou Werdeshek. I'm the director of the center. We are in support of this. When the legislature passed Act 192 a couple of years ago, it really represented an achievement where we finally took some steps to try to obtain services for people with FASD. I mean, it's fine for the department to say that we should focus on prevention, and obviously I'm not saying we shouldn't. The problem is that prevention doesn't go far enough. The prevention doesn't always work. And in the meantime, kids are being born with FASD, they're growing up, and they need services. So in the wake of Act 192, the Fetal FASD Action Group has done a really good job with what they have, but we really need the Department of Health to take this seriously and step up and coordinate with the other agencies and have a statewide coordinator so we could draw down some federal funds and obtain services. So we see this resolution as really important in terms of expressing the legislature's interest in getting the state agencies to collaborate and actually do something to get services. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Hawaii FASD Action Group in support.
Aloha, folks. Amanda Looning, Executive Director with the Hawaii FASD Action Group. We stand on our written testimony, and I would also like to offer subject matter expertise, clinical support. We are the folks that are doing this work in Hawaii, and we would like to be obviously a part of this process because we need to have room for "but what if I did" when we talk about drinking during pregnancy. We need to recognize that it happens and that prevention is not the only approach that's okay to take, and that there are a lot of folks being served in very expensive programs, service delivery systems, such as our mental health facilities and our prisons, that could get better care if we acknowledged that fetal alcohol spectrum disorders happen and that we did a better job with our public awareness campaigning and our language. So we would like to offer convening, capacity. We would like to offer subject matter expertise where the folks that are doing this work in Hawaii, we want to offer all of the state entities our support in this process. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Darlene Chen Scoville in support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee. My name is Darlene Chan Scoville. I am a volunteer advocate for fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. These children are born in an impossible world. Alcohol, which we all profit. We seem to focus with illegal substances and we forget about the alcohol. When a woman gets pregnant, they do not find out they're pregnant on the day they conceived. Most of them find out months, weeks after. Some of the women that do not have regular menstrual cycle, it's common for them not to have their menstrual cycle. Therefore, a lot of women that I spoke to find out they're pregnant 4 months after. So there are children going to be born with FASD. Statistically, 1 in 7 pregnancies are alcohol exposed. 1 in 20 children have FASD. 840 infants are born every day in the state of Hawaii with FASD. A lot of them are undiagnosed. I'm a doctoral candidate that interviewed 31 doctors, which are pediatricians and primary care providers. I asked them, how come we have no data with FASD in the state of Hawaii? Well, in the international and national arena, we have statistics. Are we that special? What's going on? These are the children that are getting kicked out of school, getting into the juvenile prison system, and ending up either homeless in the criminal justice system that we all need to take care of. And I sincerely believe in early intervention. Now, I urge us to act in accordance to the movement and the information with which we all gathered. In Act 192, we have submitted reports that are just not based on an unfounded theory, but it's Hawaii specific. Now, what do we do with those
Can we have you
data?
start to summarize your testimony? Oh,
Yes.
we do have your written comments.
Yes. Please, let's do something. We need a coordinator because the doctors and the pediatricians said if we diagnose, where do we send them? Thank you.
Thank you. Members, that's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 3 organizations and 4 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Members, questions? Okay, seeing none, moving on to the last set of resolutions on this agenda. This is HCR 173, HR 163, urging Maui Health to collaborate with stakeholders to establish a full-time medical residency program on the island of Maui. First up, we have State Health Planning and Development Agency, SHPTA, in support. Not present. Also, testimony and support from the University of Hawaii. That's all the written testimony we received. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we will roll right into decision making. Decision making for the 10 a.m. agenda, starting with HCR 18, HR 9, requesting the Department of Health to convene a hospice working group to examine trends and regulations in the hospice industry. Recommendation is to move as is. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, Chair, can you take the vote, please?
Thank you. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Rep. Hartsfield?
Aye.
Rep. Hussey?
Aye.
Rep. Keohakapu Liloy?
Aye.
Rep. Hitagawa?
Aye.
Rep. Kush?
Aye.
Rep. Lee?
Aye.
Rep. Miyake?
Aye.
Rep. Morikawa is excused. Rep. Peruso?
Aye.
Rep. Templo?
Aye.
Rep. Yamashita?
Aye.
Rep. Alcos?
Aye.
Rep. Gideon?
Aye.
And Rep. Reyes Oda is excused. Recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Okay, next set of resolutions, HCR 139, HR 131, requesting the Department of Health, Department of Human Services, and Department of Education to develop a coordinated plan to reduce the impact of fetal alcohol spectrum disorders. Recommendation is to move as is. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, for the vote, please.
Thank you. Recommendation is to move as is. Noting the excused absences of Reps. Morikawa and Reyes Oda, are there any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Last set of resolutions on the 10 a.m. agenda, HCR 173, HR 163, urging Maui Health to collaborate with stakeholders to establish a full-time medical residency program on the island of Maui. Recommendations to move as is. Any questions, comments, or concerns? For the vote, please.
Thank you. Recommendation to move as is. Noting the excused absences of Reps. Morikawa and Reyes Oda, are there any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, we're going to roll right into the decision-making 10:05 agenda now. Number of resolutions, yeah, Mostly these gonna move as is, members. There are two resos that we were asked to make amendments to, and when we get to those, I'll announce what we're gonna do with them. But starting at the top of the agenda, HCR 66 and HR 60 requesting the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism to conduct a study on the effect of state and county tax structures and programs on the long-term economic growth of the state of Hawaii. Recommendation is to move as is. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, recommendation to move as is, noting excused absences of Reps Morikawa and Reyes-Soda. Are there any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Next up, HCR 189, HR 179, requesting the Department of Taxation to conduct a comprehensive analysis of corporate income reporting structures, including the treatment of foreign subsidiary income to inform long-term fiscal planning. Recommendation is to move as is. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Thank you. For the vote.
Thank you. Recommendation to move as is, noting the excused absences of Reps Morikawa and Reyes-Soda. Are there any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, moving on to the next pair of resos, HCR 191, HR 181, urging the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism to submit an annual Hawaii Genuine Progress Indicator report to the legislature no later than 30 days prior to the convening of each regular session, beginning with the regular session of 2027. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, for the vote, please.
Thank you. Recommendation to move as is, noting excused absences of Reps Reyes-Soda and Morikawa. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, next up we have HCR 11 HD1, HR 14 HD1, requesting the State Public Charter School Commission to conduct a study on increasing access to stable, suitable, and affordable facilities for public charter schools. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Thank you. HCR 11 and its companion measure, HR 14. Recommendation to move as is, Reps Reyes-Soda and Morikawa are excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, next we have HCR 118 HD1, HR 110 HD1, urging the Department of Education to strengthen menstrual health education initiatives and to adopt a comprehensive menstrual cycle curriculum. Recommendation is to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Recommendation to move as is, noting if Reps Morikawa and Rep Morikawa is excused. Are there any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Next we have HCR 181 HD1, HR 171 HD1, requesting the Department of Education to convene a shared decision-making committee to develop an action plan to establish a K-12 Kaiapuni school in Kapolei. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Thank you. Recommendation to move as is, Rep Morikawa is excused. Are there any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. HCR 194, HR 184, establishing the Joint Legislative Mattress Stewardship Program Design Working Group to study, evaluate, and make recommendations on the structure and implementation of a statewide mattress stewardship program. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Thank you. Recommendation to move as is, Rep Morikawa is excused. Are there any no votes? Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos? Anyone else? Okay, if not, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. HCR 206 HD1, HR 196 HD1, requesting the Hawaii State Energy Office to convene a working group to study the potential impacts of large data centers on Hawaii's electric utilities, ratepayers, natural resources, and climate goals. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Thank you. A recommendation to move as is, Rep Morikawa is excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Next up, we have HCR 110, HR 102, requesting the University of Hawaii Board of Regents to review and refine the operational missions of the University of Hawaii's four-year institutions to ensure that each campus fulfills a distinct and complementary role in serving students and the state. Recommendation is to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Okay, recommendation to move as is, Rep Morikawa is excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
HCR 111 and HR 103, requesting the Board of Regents of the University of Hawaii to review and clarify the roles, responsibilities, and functions of the University of Hawaii system in relation to the responsibilities of individual campuses. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Okay, recommendation to move as is, Rep Morikawa is excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Next, we have HCR 35, requesting the auditors to assess the social and financial effects of mandatory health insurance coverage for biomarker testing. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Recommendation to move as is. Rep. Morikawa is excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Next, we have HCR 105 HD1, HR 97 HD1, requesting the Hawaii State Center for Nursing to compile a comprehensive list of recommended safe patient staffing ratios for all nursing specialties and subspecialties across all healthcare settings, and to maintain a repository for this information. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none?
Okay, recommendation to move as is. Rep. Morikawa is excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. HCR 83, HR 75, supporting the use of the dwelling unit revolving fund to fund. Supporting the use of the dwelling unit revolving fund to fund pre-development costs for any government affordable housing development project through interim loans to expedite the delivery of affordable housing to Hawaii's residents. Recommendation is to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns?
Recommendation to move as is. Rep. Morikawa is excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, next we have HCR 182, HR 172, requesting the Department of Health to establish a working group to study accessibility barriers for multifamily housing not covered by the Federal Fair Housing Act and governed by condominium associations and planned community associations. Recommendation is to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none?
Recommendation to move as is. Rep. Morikawa is excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, members, this next set of results, HCR 93, HD1, and HR 85, we are going to, there are amendments that I was asked to make change, and conferring with the Chief Clerk's Office, I can't make amendments on a DM only result at this time, so I'm going to be deferring this for now, and we're going to do a waiver on the floor to reschedule ahead of our 2 p.m. agenda tomorrow, just for everybody's information. So for now, we're going to defer. And we're going to move on to HCR 193 HD1, HR 183 HD1, requesting the establishment of a court security and Department of Law Enforcement capacity working group to address systemic staffing shortages, expanded statutory responsibilities, and the escalating fiscal and accountability risks associated with private security contracting at state courts. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none?
Recommendation to move as is. Noting Rep. Morikawa's excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, next we have HCR 117, HR 109, urging the governor to assess food insecurity conditions and implement a statewide food security response plan. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none?
Recommendation to move as is. Noting the excused absence of Rep. Morikawa, are there any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, next we have HCR 62, HD1, HR 56, HD1, urging the Department of Transportation to engage with the community to identify and implement alternative vegetation management methods along the Hana Highway. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Thank you. Recommendation to move as is. Any Rep. Morikawa is excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Seeing none, recommendation adopted.
Okay, members, HCR 14, authorizing the issuance, this is the, HCR 14 for the land lease and the submerged lands and wildlife. This is the second resolution that DLNR needs clarification on per the Attorney General. Since we can't make amendments at this time, we will be deferring for now and doing a waiver on the floor to reschedule for tomorrow. And last set of results, HCR 178 HD1, HR 168 HD1, urging the Department of Land and Natural Resources to prioritize issuing a set-aside to the County of Maui through an executive order by the governor to support the management of public trust water resources in East Maui. Recommendations to move as is. Questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Rep. Morikawa is excused. Any no votes? Any reservations? Recommendation to move as is. I don't know. What did I say? Recommendation adopted. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of messed up my script there. Got lost. Okay, we did it.
And that's everything. Should we adjourn this agenda? Adjourn.
Okay,
Thank you.
just gonna move some papers
everybody.
around. Aloha everyone, we are convening the House Committee on Finance for the purpose of decision making on our Tuesday, April 7th agenda. It's our 10:10 a.m. agenda. This is a reconvene from last week Thursday's agenda for decision making. We're going to open up with SB 2969 SD1 HD1 relating to the Maui Wildfire Exposure Study and Maui Health Registry. Chair's recommendation is to move this as is. Are there any questions, any comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 2969 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Hartsfield.
Aye.
Representative Hussey.
Aye.
Representative Keokapali Loy.
Aye.
Representative Kitagawa.
Aye.
Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lee. Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa is excused. Representative Caruso.
Aye.
Representative Templo.
Aye.
Representative Yamashita. Representative Elkos.
Aye.
Representative Gideon.
Aye.
Representative Reyes-Soda.
Aye.
Okay, recommendations adopted.
Thank you. The next item is SB 3263 SD2 HD2 relating to the University of Hawaii. This is the NIL bill. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as an HD3. Any necessary, technical amendments, but also there's a case number reference that doesn't look like it's quite accurate. So we want to correct the case number that's referenced in the measure. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 3263 is SD2 HD2 recommendations to pass with amendments noting the excused absence of Representative Morikawa, who will be noted as excused for the remaining of this agenda unless otherwise announced. Are there any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Reyes-Oda? Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, for the next measure, we have a few substantive amendments. We have SB 2602 SD1 HD1 relating to the general fund. The chair's recommendation will be to move forward in HD2. There's a few things we just conferred with our higher ed chair. We kind of want to make sure that the intent is honored, but UH has some flexibility. So there'll be some amendments. One would remove language that would restrict the university's ability to move tuition funds between campuses, as that kind of reduces their ability to meet their strategic goals, especially in rural communities. The university has testified that this would be critical for their operations. Second, there are amendments clarifying that the lapse to the general fund is a one-time transfer on June 30th, 2029, rather than an ongoing annual sweep. Third, instead of prescribing a specific reserve level in statute of 16%, the amendments would defer to the Board of Regents reserve policy to determine the appropriate balance consistent with their fiduciary responsibilities. So I think the idea is to provide some oversight, preserve some flexibility, provide the university with kind of enhanced incentive to take action on some of the ongoing needs, while maintaining some of their ability to meet their core mission. Are there any questions or comments? Rep. Russo?
I appreciate your amendments, but I think I'm gonna have to vote no, just because I don't support the intent.
I got you. Okay, anyone else? If not, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 2602 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass with amendments. Noting the no vote of Representative Caruso. Any other no votes?
No.
No vote for Rep. Elkos. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep.
Reservations.
Hussey and
Reservations.
Hartsfield and Gideon. Any other reservations? Okay, recommendations adopted.
Thank you. We have a bunch of as-is measures now to make things a little bit quicker. So SB 3229 SD1 HD1 related to the University of Hawaii. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions? Any comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 3229 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Elkos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3199 SD1 HD1 relating to mental health. Recommendation to move as is. Questions? Comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 3199 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2550 SD1 HD1 relating to school modernization. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2550 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations
Oh,
adopted.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. No vote. No vote for Rep. Caruso. Any other no votes? Okay, recommendations adopted.
SB 2877 SD1 HD1 relating to education. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2877 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. For SB 3325, SD1 HD2 relating to public school Medicaid reimbursements, recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 3325 SD1 HD2, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. SB 2024, SD2 HD1 relating to charter school facilities, recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2024 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
SB 2614 HD2 relating to education, recommendation to move as is. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2614 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
Okay. 1 second, this next one. This next one, we have some substantive amendments. The recommendation will be to move, this is SB 2613 SD1 HD2 relating to public school land transfer. Recommendation will be to move in HD3. I consulted with the education chair and the plan would be to move this forward amended. We're gonna remove part 3 and section 6. Section 6 is a purpose clause and part 3 has specific TMKs being transferred from DOE to DLNR. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 2613 SD1 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Reservations for Reps Hartsfield? Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
SB 3063 SD1 HD1 relating to the Department of Education procurement. Recommendation to move as is. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 3063 SD1 HD1, recommendations passed unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos? Any other reservations? And Rep Gideon? Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. The next item is HB 2319 SD1 HD1 relating to the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2319 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
SB 2800 SD1 HD1 relating to irrigation systems. Recommendation to move as is. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2800 SD1 HD1, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos? Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
SB 2892 SD1 HD1 relating to feral chickens. Recommendation to move as is. Are there questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2892 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes?
No vote.
No vote for Rep Alcos. Any other no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
SB 2321 SD1 HD1 relating to the two-line spittle bug. Recommendation to move as is. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2321 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
SB 2407 SD2 HD1 relating to agricultural land. Recommendation to move as is. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2407 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
SB 2805 SD2 HD1 relating to agriculture. Recommendation to move as is. Are there any questions? Any comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2805 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
SB 2153 SD2 HD1 relating to agriculture. Recommendation to move as is. Are there questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2153 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
SB 2781 SD1 HD2 relating to lay. The chair's recommendation will be to move this forward as in, oh sorry, did I put this one? Oh, I didn't this one. I got too excited. SB 2595 SD1 HD1 relating to the Agribusiness Development Corporation. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments?
Okay, SB 2595 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. The next item, we'd like to move forward in HD2. It is SB 2781 SD1 HD1 relating to lay. So a brief clarifying amendment, just clarifying that the restrictions would apply to things that are, kind of the lay is made out of, but not so much like a lay string. Because I don't know if we want to really, go that far into making requirements that this is grown local and that sort of thing. So just some clarification around the intent. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2781, SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Reservations for Rep. Alpers?
Sure, I made a mistake on the one before. I want to give you, I'm okay with the SB 2595.
We can't go back once we vote, sorry.
On the floor, if you're gonna clarify, Can.
Any other reservations for this bill? Any no votes? No vote for Rep. Gideon. Any other no votes? Okay, recommendations adopted.
Next, we have SB 3233 SD1 HD2 relating to agricultural workforce housing. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3233 SD1 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2360 SD1 HD2 relating to state enterprise zones. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 2360 SD1 HD2, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 1432 SD2 HD2 relating to changes to responsibilities of the Department of Health concerning patients, the County of Kalawao and Kalapapa settlement. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 1432 SD2 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2543 SD2 HD2 relating to state construction projects. Chair's recommendation is to move this as is to conference, noting that we'll have to kind of work out some stuff around scope and how to best get this off the ground. But for the time being, as is. Questions, comments? Rep. Russo?
I appreciate that we intend to continue to work on this. I just want to express my reservations because I saw that some amendments have been included exempting the DOE, and I'm not sure they should be exempted.
That'll make some people in the audience quite happy, actually. So, yeah, I think it's something we've got to continue to flesh out, but I think everyone has the same idea in mind, just got to figure it out. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, SB 2543 SD2 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations for Rep. Peruso. Any other reservations? Rep. Hartsfield and Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Next we have SB 2599 SD2 HD2 relating to development. The recommendation will be to move this forward as in HD3. We just wanted to insert a couple things. One is we want to make sure that there's language clarifying that HCDA has the authority to hire the positions that are required in the bill, because that's seems to be a little unclear. And also, there were some HCDA proposed amendments that are largely just clarifications that are included in the testimony, and we'd like to adopt that also. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2599 SD2 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Sorry, for Rep. Alcos and, who else? Reyes Ora. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3053 SD2 HD1 relating to natural resources. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3053 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
We're on to SB 2001 SD1 HD2, or sorry, HD1, relating to the Banyan Drive Community Development District. The Chair's recommendation will be to move this forward as an HD2, essentially inserting the HD2 version of HB 2616, which was the House version. The only thing we would add in there is clarification around the Lino to Senate position, that we would have the Office of Hawaiian Affairs nominate 3, and the governor would select that member. But otherwise in line with HB 2616. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2001 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2041 SD1 HD2 relating to real property, recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2041 SD1 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, on to SB 3247 SD1 HD2 relating to Hawaiian affairs. The recommendation would be to move forward an HD3. Some suggestions around what the role of the Hawaiian Civic Clubs and those folks should be, but I think that can get worked out in conference. I think for the time being, this is another one we want to clarify that if someone is selected, they're not required and obligated to participate because there's a few of those in here. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3247 SD1 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Reservations, for Reps. Gideon, Hartsfield, Reyes-Soda. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For SB 3253 SD2 HD1 relating to conservation, recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3253 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? And Rep. Gideon. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay. On this next measure, SB 2401 SD1 HD1 relating to regional shoreline mitigation districts. Chair's recommendation would be to move this forward as an HD2. We'd like to incorporate the suggested amendments from OPSD, who have a number of concerns about the measure. But I think this would better align their mission with the bill. Any questions or comments?
So just to clarify, removing the heartening language?
I think there were 3 or 4 suggested amendments, and
Okay.
that's likely one. I'm like almost 100% sure, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2401 SD1 HD1, recommendations passed with amendments. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Next on to SB 2673 SD1 HD1 relating to the counties. Recommendation to move as is. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2673 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Next we have SB 3067 SD1 HD1 relating to records. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3067 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 411 SD2 HD1 relating to capital improvement projects at state small boat harbors and state parks. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 411 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2934 SD1 HD1 relating to ambulances. Recommendation to move as is. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2934 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
On to SB 3219 HD2, proposing amendments to Article 7, Sections 12 and 13 of the Hawaii State Constitution. We're going to defer this item to Wednesday. I think we have an amendment to drop in, but I want to make sure we're in the right place on this. So defer that measure to Wednesday. Next, we have SB 2919 SD1 HD1 relating to the Office of the Public Defender. Recommendation to move as is. Questions, comments?
SB 2919 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2239 SD1 HD1 relating to voter registration. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair. Oh, sorry, Hartsfield.
Comments. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be voting no on this because I did consider all of the testimony submitted, and while I do support voting, registration is something different, and the nexus between not being able to opt out when you go to renew your driver's license, I think the the nexus isn't close enough for people to realize that they're opting in when they go to renew their driver's license, and at the same time will be automatically registered to vote. And so because of that, I'm going to be voting no on this. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
I'd like to echo the same sentiment.
And also no vote?
No.
I'll close no vote. All right, go ahead.
Okay, SB 2239 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended, knowing no votes for Reps Hartsfield, Alcos, and Gideon. Any other no votes? Any reservations? Okay, recommendations adopted.
SB 2532 HD1 recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2532 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2601 SD2 HD1 relating to procurement, recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2601 SD2 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
On the next item, SB 1032 SD2 HD1 relating to campaign finance. The Chair's recommendation is to insert a very similar bill, which is SB 2982 SD2 HD1. If I had to do it over again, we probably would have just heard that one. It's basically just had a little bit more time to cook, but otherwise substantively similar. So that would make this an HD2 while inserting that language, which is nearly identical. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 1032 SD2 HD1 recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos. Any other reservations? And Rep Gideon. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. SB 2446 SD2 HD1 relating to the judiciary, recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2446 SD2 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Rep Alcos, reservations. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2152 SD2 HD1 proposing an amendment to Article 6, Section 3 of the Hawaii State Constitution to increase the mandatory retirement age for state justices and judges. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2152 SD2 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2721 SD1 HD1 relating to the administration of justice. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2721 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Alcos. Any other reservations? And Gideon. And any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3076 SD1 HD1 relating to tobacco enforcement. Recommendation is to move this forward as an HD2, just blanking the amounts of the fines. There's some concerns about them being a little excessive. It's like $500 per device, which may just bankrupt someone. So I think for the time being, let's blank it out and they can work out some details in comments. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 3076 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3140 relating to the State Fire Council. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3140 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
The next 8 measures are all as is. Okay. We got SB 2671 SD1 HD2 relating to essential permitting positions. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2671 SD1 HD2 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2338 SD1 HD2 relating to housing. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2338 SD1 HD2 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Alcos
Reservations.
and Reyes Oda and Gideon. Any no votes? Okay, recommendations adopted.
SB 2268 SD2 HD1 relating to equity. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2268 SD2 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Rep Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 99 SD1 HD1 relating to government. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 99 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2930 SD2HD1 relating to the Hawaii State Risk Management Revolving Fund. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2930 SD2HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3069 SD1HD1 relating to civil service exempt positions within the Department of Accounting and General Services. Recommendation to move as is. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3069 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Rep. Alcos, reservations. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3096 SD1HD1 relating to the Employees Retirement Systems employer contributions for normal costs and accrued liability. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3096 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Rep. Alcos, reservations. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3097 SD1HD1 relating to the exemption from civil service of executive personnel of the Employees Retirement System. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3097 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Rep. Alcos, reservations. And Gideon. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, for SB 3090 SD1HD1, the recommendation is to move in HD2, just blanking the appropriations. This is for making emergency appropriations for public employment cost items. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3090 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes?
No vote.
No vote for Rep. Alcos. Any other no votes? Okay, recommendations adopted.
SB 2060 SD2HD1 relating to the Rental Housing Revolving Fund. Recommendation to move as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2060 SD2HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Rep. Alcos, reservations. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For SB 3028 SD2HD1 relating to property conveyance. The recommendation is to move this forward as an HD2, largely restoring the House Bill's final House draft. But what we would do is we would change the thresholds a little bit. We would have the marginal rates increase more slowly. So that would benefit properties in that $2 to $3 million range. Just for perspective, this would leave conveyance tax either the same or lower for over 90% of properties. And the threshold for where you would start to see marginal increases, but at a slower rate than in the prior version, is at about 2.3 million if you're not claiming, or if you are claiming an exemption, and 2.1 million if you are not claiming an exemption. But due to the marginal rate structure, it would be relatively not noticeable, like in that price range, until you get into higher thresholds. Questions, comments? Just for perspective, it generates about $20 million less per year than the prior House draft, and most of that is in that $2 to $3 million range, where you see much slower growth. Thanks. Vice Chair? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, I appreciate the work and the consideration and the thoughtfulness to working on this. And I know that 9% is a strong number. With the nature of the district that I'm from, that's about 75%. About 25% of the homes are at 2.3 million or higher. So I'll be going WR today.
Okay, thank you. And Hilo, there's like none of them. That's not why we're doing it though. Okay, better getting in.
I'd like to echo those comments just because of the demographic of my district as well. I'll be going WR.
I understand, and I think there's potential for this to continue to get tweaked.
Do appreciate the
Still working. Anyone else? Okay. If not, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 3028 SD2HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments, noting the presence of Rep. Morikawa for the bill and the rest of those on the agenda, and noting reservations for Rep. Lee and Gideon. Any other reservations? Any no votes?
No vote.
No vote for Rep. Alcos and Rep. Reyes-Ona. Okay, recommendations adopted.
Thanks. And then if you guys have more feedback, feel free to continue to provide that as we head into conference. Okay, SB 2544 SD2HD1 relating to housing, recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 2544 SD2HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2069 SD2HD1 relating to the dwelling unit revolving fund. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2069 SD2HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2552 SD1HD1 relating to the individual housing account program. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2552 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Rep. Alcos, reservations. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, this next measure we will be pushing to Wednesday. Similarly, I think there's a small amendment. I just want to make sure we get it right. SB 3218 SD2HD1 relating to bonds will be pushed to Wednesday for decision making. SB 3022 SD1HD1 relating to culture and arts. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3022 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
This next item will also be pushing to Wednesday. I'm working on a minor amendment, but I want to make sure I don't mess that up. So SB 148 SD2HD2 relating to combat sports pushed to Wednesday for decision making. SB 2259 SD1HD1 relating to the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism. Recommendation to move as is. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2259 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2578 SD1HD1 relating to the film industry. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2578 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2928 SD1HD1 relating to procurement. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2928 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2816 SD1HD1 relating to state enterprise zones. Recommendation to move as is. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2816 SD1HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
And lastly, SB 2580 SD2HD1 relating to the motion picture, digital media, and film production income tax credit. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2580 SD2HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned, and I'll see you in the afternoon. Aloha, everyone. We're convening the House Committee on Finance. It's roughly 2 p.m. on Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. We're in conference room 308. Before we get started, if you're on Zoom, please stay muted and hold your comments until you're asked to testify. Just in case we need a refresher, microphones on the ceiling, green means on. And plan is to go through, we have a pretty extensive agenda today. Plan is to go through everything as quickly as possible. If possible to stand on your testimony, please do. But otherwise, if you gotta say your piece, do your best to summarize and keep comments to roughly 2 minutes or shorter so that everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. The plan for most measures today is to have decision making this afternoon. There are, I think, 3 or 4 that we would plan on having decision making on for tomorrow, on Wednesday. But as we get to those, I'll do my best to highlight them so that folks don't feel the need to stay around in anticipation for decision making on those items. All right, I think we're ready. We're gonna open up with SB 2706, SD1 HD1 relating to workforce development.
First, we have the Department of Human Resources Development with comments.
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, members, Deputy Director Brian Fruto, we stand in support of our testimony. I'm sorry, we stand in support of the measure and stand on our written testimony. It's always the hardest to be the first one to talk.
Thank you.
Nobody followed my lead.
Department of Land and Natural Resources in support. Not present. Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity, stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. Will stand on the written testimony in support.
Thank you. That is everyone indicating they'd be joining us today. Additional support from 2 organizations and 1 individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions or comments? Or not comments, I guess. Don't wanna leave that. Okay, SB 2802, SD1 HD1 relating to the University of Hawaii.
Okay, Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
And again, standing in support of our written testimony.
Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Additional testimony from 1 organization. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No, we're gonna move on to the next page. We have SB 3238, SD1 HD1 relating to language access.
Okay, we have the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations in support. Not present. University of Hawaii in support on Zoom. Oh, sorry. Sorry, not here. Oh, University of Hawaii. We'll circle back to them. We have the State Health Planning and Development Agency, SHPTA, in support.
Hi, Terry Vesperis for Dr. Jack Lewin, SHPTA. We stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. We have Aloha Care in support on Zoom. Not present. We have the Legal Clinic in support.
Amy Agliani in strong support of this mission. Thank you.
Thank you. And circling back to
Hello?
University of Hawaii on Zoom. Yeah, hi. Thank you. We have Aloha Care in support on Zoom.
Just FYI, the Zoom people aren't seeing the hearing and what's happening.
We'll recess briefly to try and account for that technical issue. 1 second, recess. Hi, let's give this another shot. UH, are you ready to testify?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi. My name is Alan Rosenfeld, the Associate Vice President for Academic Programs and Policy. UH stands on its written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee members might have. Mahalo.
Thank you. I think we had DLIR on Zoom. Is that for this bill?
Yes, Chair and Vice Chair. Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi. Hello, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi, Alan Rosenfeld, Associate Vice President for Academic Programs and Policy. The university stands on its written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee members may have. Mahalo.
Thank you. And again, maybe one more time, DLIR, are you here for SB 3238? Or is that somebody else?
Aloha, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi, members of the Committee on Finance. I'm Maricar Pilotin-Freitas, Administrator of the Workforce Development Division. On behalf of Director Jade Butai, the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations stand on its written testimony in support of this measure, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Members, additional testimony in support from 4 organizations and 7 individuals, 1 other organization, and 1 individual providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions?
Yes.
I think there's somebody on this.
My bad. Go ahead.
Please just state your name for the record and proceed.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Glaser. I've lived in Hawaii for the last 22 years, where I'm an oceanography professor at the University of Hawaii and co-founder and CEO of Hohonu. We launched Hohonu to commercialize technologies developed in my lab over the last dozen years, initially funded by NOAA through the Hawaii Sea Grant Program, by the National Science Foundation, and by philanthropic donors like Eric and Wendy Schmidt's Family Foundation. We transferred the credibility that we had as research academics to operationally marketplace with the launch and early growth of Hohonu. And today we're operating at over 200 locations in 18 states where we enable real-time data to provide better flood monitoring, alerting, and predictions. Hohonu's in a strong position to grow and thrive, but as we grow here in Hawaii, we'll be constrained by the local availability for specialized talent, availability of suppliers capable of scaling with us, and logistics challenge related to fulfillment and imports and necessary components. The Office of Marine Affairs is well positioned to address these problems across the Blue Economy cluster, and we have a better chance at solving them with dedicated resources to focus on coordination across the many groups involved. Hawaii is unique and a challenging location to start a tech company, and it requires a focused, highly collaborative effort to be successful. We believe Senate Bill 2907 will enable that collaboration and success, and the Hohonu team strongly supports its passage.
Thank you. And sorry, we're actually on 3238. If you want to stick around for the other bill, but okay. Anybody else on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions? Yeah, go ahead, Rep. Field.
I have a question. I'm not sure who to direct it to, but DLIR. Are you there, Maricar?
I'm here, Rep.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for being present. So I had some individuals reach out expressing concerns that if this bill were passed, that it's unnecessary because there's already people who do not go through a program to become interpreters or translators. So is that a valid concern? Does your department believe that's a valid concern, that having a program is not necessarily it is not necessary to become a translator or an interpreter?
So Rep, if your question is relating to our services, so the Workforce Development in the Department of Labor, we operate services in the AJC, and at times we do use interpreter services. So that's on one hand of the legislation. On the other hand, We also operate the Heli Imua program, which really encourages recent soon-to-be college graduates to open the doors for them. And many times, even when disaster hits, it's really crucial to have services available to target population. So the department stands in support of this measure, if that answers your question.
I guess it sort of does. I guess the concern is for people who are unable to attend UH and attend the program, would that decrease their opportunities to become translators or interpreters?
I would have to defer on the agency responsible for certifying the interpreters. For official hearings that the department conduct or the courts have interpretation that requires interpretation services. I can't speak on what the requirements to those things, but for services for the department, we do contact that agency that provide the interpretation services. So how those agency gets those interpreters or how they certify them, I will have to rely on that agency to respond to your question.
Okay, thank you very much. That was helpful information. Chair, if I could ask another question to the legal clinic, Dr. Altanasi. So I know that your agency uses a lot of interpreters and translators. Again, I have to ask because there were current interpreters and translators who expressed some concern that if this bill passes, that people who don't have that education or that opportunity to go to a university to get that type of education, that they're going to be at a disadvantage to become translators and interpreters. And so
Yeah, you could see it that way. The other way is that you could see that providing this opportunity will actually increase the numbers and the opportunities for people to become translators. So we see it as a good recruitment activity as well as meeting immediate needs that are maybe informal translations and community services. But it is correct that people will have to get certified by different agencies. So this would actually provide more training and more opportunities and an experience that would probably provide them additional opportunities to meet those certification requirements. Clearly, we need something to reach out to and also utilize current bilingual competent students.
all right, thank you. That's very helpful. I agree that this is a much needed service. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no problem. Anyone else? If not, we're going to move on to SB 3286, SD1 HD1 relating to the University of Hawaii.
Testimony from the University of Hawaii in support, but they did not indicate that they would be present. And that's all the testimony we've received.
Members, any questions? Nope. Yeah. Okay. We have SB 2125 relating to teacher licensing.
Okay, Department of Education in support.
Yep, Carrie Thompson, the Department of Education. We stand our written testimony and support, and these individuals often bring valuable professional experience. And extending the permit to 5 years would give emergency hires a realistic path to licensure. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Office on Early Learning and support.
Hi, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi, members of the committee. I'm Yuko Arihau Cross, Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. We stand on our written testimony and support.
Okay, thank you. Hawaii Teacher Standards Board in opposition.
Thank you. Mitzi Higa speaking for the Hawaii Teacher Standards Board in opposition. Just briefly, I'll say to point out on our testimony, it's all written there, it's quite long, but just saying this bill is unnecessary. The emergency hire permit was created with 3 years on purpose. It was created so that people would expedite the process of becoming a licensed teacher. To get an emergency hire permit, they have to have a bachelor's already, so then they just need a post-bac or a master's. So that is why it was created. And doing so, they still can do this. And there's a lot of research saying another state, Texas, has made a huge mistake of allowing something similar to this. And they are now saying there's a lot of student learning loss, and that is a problem. We understand about teacher retention being the factor that is, we're not keeping our teachers past 5 years in Hawaii, and that is a problem. But we're working on other methods to solve this crisis, and this is not the way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have the legal clinic and support.
I just wanted to say that we are in strong support. I would like to point out that this measure covers emergency hires, both foreign-born as well as Hawaii or other persons, and we think it's very important.
I think if you're gonna elaborate, if you can come up, I think the cone doesn't catch the audience all the time.
This measure actually covers emergency hires, and that also includes J1 visa holders, and so it would be very helpful for the to address teacher shortage. It was pointed out that it'd be important to have this upon approval, the bill be approved, that it could be implemented upon approval, because a number of the J1 visa holders have to be terminated as soon as possible after that date.
Okay, thank you. We have testimony and support from the Teacher Lounge on Zoom.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jimmy Brazelton. I'm the Executive Director of Teacher Lounge. We are the visa sponsor through the Department of State for the J1 teachers at the Department of Education positions in Hawaii. We stand in strong support, stand on testimony. I just want to reiterate that J1 teachers are fully licensed in their home countries, are very successful in their classrooms, are making strong progress toward licensure in all cases. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 2 organizations and 15 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Yes, go ahead.
For DOE, please. I guess just maybe really quickly, so the Teachers Standard Board testimony kind of brings up just understanding that this process is kind of longer, like you referenced, and then the comments that the Teachers Standard Board made about, them kind of getting through the process and being studied and just to pass the exam. Is the department doing anything to provide additional support to get them the certification?
So we are looking at creating, we created a work group and interviewed a lot of these teachers. And so to provide additional support, let's say mentor support, is something that is within our control and which we have strong intention to provide to these teachers. So I think we have action plans in place that we, can implement from here.
But that's just starting.
It would be more starting because they probably need additional support, but it's something that we can definitely ramp up and do.
So how long until it starts? Because, right, it's been like 3 years for some of these people, which is why I think we're running into this problem.
Right, and I think currently it's actually in motion now, talked about being today.
And do you anticipate, so everybody kind of stuck in this problem, if you guys get the additional 2 years, they'll get the certification within the 2 years with this additional support?
Well, not just J1 teachers, but all other emergency hires. We ran a survey, and basically what we're finding is from the survey for the emergency hire teachers, a majority of them actually found that if they had more time to go through the program, it's not about that they don't want to stay and work for the kids. Actually, just a little bit more time would probably help them. And a lot of times these teachers have different life circumstances happening to them. I mean, J1s is just a subset of that. But a lot of times life happens to the teachers, and this length of time might really help a lot.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Nope. We're on to SB 2615 HD1 relating to school cafeteria meal costs.
Okay, we have the Office of the Governor in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Angie Chapman with the Governor's Office here on behalf of Bill Kane. The Office of the Governor stands on its written testimony in support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Department of Education in support on Zoom. Oh, in person.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Annalisa Tanner on behalf of the Department of Education. The department stands in support of its written testimony.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nicole Booth from Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks. So we support this bill. Currently, there's a law that says that the school district has to charge at least half the cost of producing a school meal. And there is no federal mandate to have that level of a price. So it's basically a state law that's sort of making it hard for our state to keep meals affordable for families. So this bill would lower that requirement down to 1/4 of the cost of preparing a school meal. And our state could also just get rid of that requirement entirely since it is not a federal requirement. So we definitely support this. We don't want to see school meal prices go up unnecessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from 3 organizations and 1 individual providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No?
Okay, I have a
Go ahead.
For Department of Education, please. So with this change, with the current cost of school meals, then you'll be compliant if we just do this change. That's correct, right? Yes, correct. So what is the plan though? Because I think we've been talking a lot about the cost of meals in general just going up. So as soon as that goes up, then are you guys making plans to do these raises incrementally?
If this measure doesn't pass, it's a question if
No,
this
I mean,
measure
even if
doesn't
it
pass,
even if
will
it does
we
pass this and you're compliant, right, with the price of the school meals is going up. So once you reach this place where you're compliant, is there a plan to raise the cost that we're charging along with the rising cost of the school meals?
At this time, there is not a plan to increase the cost to families for school meals.
So then will we just have to lower the statute again then?
No, so 25% is less than the current cost.
I guess how much could it raise with the current cost of meals? If there's no plan in place to even try and increase costs at all, then
I think the direction that we're working in right now is to reduce the total cost of the meals. So then we wouldn't be hitting the threshold again in just a year or so.
So we think we're going to be able to reduce the cost of overall meals, given that and not just in this committee, but in all the committees that we're hearing a lot of increased costs in general of all our departments just buying everything. But you guys think you can right size it so that the cost of the overall meals is going to go down, so no increases to the students' payment portion is going to need to go up.
Right now, we don't have a plan to increase the cost of meals, and our focus is on becoming more efficient, sourcing locally, going into the regional kitchen where we will be able to take advantage of economies of scale. And so we're working to bring the cost down of total meals so that we can keep the price stagnant for families.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Now we're going to move on to SB 2095, SD1, HD1, relating to environmental protection.
Okay, we have the Department of Health with comments on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Grace Simmons on behalf of the Department of Health. We provided testimony commenting on the measure, and we have no objections to the measure, but are requesting administrative support to stand up the committee, the working group, as well as to collect data, contact our subject matter experts, and draft reports to the legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity and support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Esther Reichert on behalf of the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity. We stand on our written testimony in support of this bill.
Thank you. Board of Water Supply, in support.
Kathy Mitchell with the Board of Water Supply. We stand on a written testimony and strong support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's everybody indicating they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 3 organizations and 5 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Seeing none, moving on to SB 3138 SD1 HD1 relating to independent audits of deposit beverage distributors.
Okay, Department of Health and Support.
We stand on our written testimony in support of this.
Hawaii Food Industry Association in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Alexis Chapman for HFIA. We stand on our testimony and support. Just one request I think the thresholds are blank right now. And we believe that the higher thresholds were the better option to make sure that this covers the businesses that it's supposed to cover and not the ones that it's not supposed to cover. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Maui Brewing Company with comments on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair. Great to see you again. Thanks for the opportunity to testify here. Largely stand on the written testimony. The reason I'm not in support is much like Alexis said, the thresholds were removed during the last hearing at EEP, and reaching out to that committee, we haven't really learned why. But those thresholds were agreed upon between Department of Health, legislators previously, as well as the small business community. And I think we've spoken about this before, that these audit programs are going to run somewhere in the order of $20,000 to $25,000 per audit. And just as one example, us with 5 locations, our Kailua location would spend about $20,000 to audit $80 worth of fees. So clearly we understand the intent of the program, but it's not set up correctly. So those thresholds would need to be restored to save the small business community. Thank you. I'll be available for questions as well.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We understand the impact of compliance costs for small distributors, but we do want to see tangible steps to deal with the fraud risk that the state auditor has pointed out in the past. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 2 organizations and 1 individual. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No. SB 3203 HD1 relating to air medical services.
We have the Department of Health and Support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Garrett Hall, EMS Chief for the Department of Health. We stand on our written testimony and support, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have SHPTA in support.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Terry Visperis for Dr. Jack Lewin, SHPTA. Strongly stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. HMSA in support. Not present. Queens Health System in support. Not present. Aloha Care in support on Zoom. Not present. Members, additional testimony and support from 2 other organizations. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? SB 2261 SD1 HD1 relating to health.
Aloha Care in support on Zoom. Still not present. They were the only one indicating they'd be joining us. Additional testimony and support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 1 other organization, and 1 individual. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? We're on to the next page. We're on SB 3045 SD1 HD2 relating to health insurance.
Okay, Department of Human Services and support on Zoom.
I'm here.
Oh, in person.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Amy Mai, Chair representing DHS. We stand on our testimony.
Thank you. We have DCCA with comments.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Justin Chu for the Insurance Division. We stand on our written testimony providing comments.
Thank you. And Shipta in support.
Yes. Again, Terry Vesperis for Shipta, on behalf of Dr. Lewin, stand sponsor.
Thank you. HMSA providing comments.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Moani Rippon, also the HMSA, will stand on our written testimony.
Thank you. Hilo Benioff Medical Center Foundation in support on Zoom.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lisa Rance, and I respectfully stand on my written testimony in strong support of this bill. I'd also like to briefly add what we're seeing on the ground. Access across our diabetes care community gatherings, which I did send the report, spanned Hawaii Island and the other neighbor islands. And what we heard over and over again is not confusion about diabetes, it's confusion about access. Patients and providers are navigating a system where coverage decisions don't follow clinical logic, they follow planned variability. In fact, we've seen situations where a husband with advanced diabetes was denied coverage for a continuous glucose monitor while his wife, newly diagnosed, was able to receive one. Same condition, same community, same insurance coverage, completely different outcomes. This is not a clinical issue, this is a system inconsistency issue. And as I highlighted in our statewide analysis, Hawaii currently operates without a uniform published Medicaid coverage policy for CGMs, resulting in significant variation across plans and access criteria and administrative burden. I also wanted to address one concern raised in prior testimony that expanding access will create a shortage. Other states have already moved CGMs to a pharmacy benefit without prior authorization and have not experienced system collapse. They've experienced improved access and better diabetes management. What we're experiencing in Hawaii is not a supply problem, it is a policy alignment problem. Right now, access to life-saving technology depends more on which insurance plan you have than on your medical need. And that is exactly what this bill is, has the power to fix. So I thank you for the opportunity to provide that additional testimony and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Association of Health Plans with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Rachel Wilkinson on behalf of the Hawaii Association of Health Plans, and we stand in our testimony providing written comments.
Thank you. That's everyone indicating they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from the Disability and Communication Access Board, 2 organizations and 1 individual, 1 other organization providing comments. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, anything? Nope. SB 2866, SD1, HD1 relating to Kupuna housing.
Okay, Hawaii Public Housing Authority in support. Thank you. AARP Hawaii in support. Not present. Catholic Charities Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson. We strongly support this bill because we see an increasing number of our seniors facing homelessness, mainly due to the economic impact of rising rents. We give a couple examples of our testimony. There was one gentleman who was only saved from homelessness because he couldn't work for a year with multiple surgeries, but with his rent supplement and his Social Security, he was okay. We have other people who were living in situations like a container with no bathroom, finally getting into housing, but paying 80% of their income for rent. And again, when our housing assistance program helped them to apply for rent supplement, finally they could have a very affordable rent and were secure and could live a life of dignity and hope at that time. So we thank you for listening to this bill, and we hope that you strongly support it.
Thank you. We have testimony in support from Gregory Misakian on Zoom. Not present. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from the Executive Office on Aging, 3 organizations and 6 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Thanks. Members, questions? No. We have SB 3324, SD1, HD1 relating to Medicaid.
Okay, Department of Human Services in support on Zoom.
I'm here. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Idina Ishiro, representing DHS. We stand on our testimony.
Thank you. Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities in support.
Hi, Dean Bartoldes, Executive Director for Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities. We stand on our testimony in strong support and respectfully ask if you're unable to accept DHS's recommendations to amend this bill that be placed in your committee report for consideration when it goes to conference. Thank you so much for this opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. AARP Hawaii in support? Not present. Aloha Care in support on Zoom? Not present. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from the Executive Office on Aging, Disability and Communication Access Board, 4 organizations, and 4 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Any questions? Moving on to SB 3025 SD2 HD2 relating to medical debt.
Okay, Office of Wellness and Resilience in support?
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Tia Hartsock, Director, Office of Wellness and Resilience. We stand in support of this measure and submitted comments and amendments for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Queens Health System in support? Not present. Aloha Care in support on Zoom? Still not present. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, apologies, Vice Chair and Chair. Aloha Care is in support of this measure, and we also just recommend, we reviewed the testimony of Holomua Collaborative, and we strong support those 2 amendments.
Thank you. And Holomua Collaborative in support?
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Matt Perlberg on behalf of Holomua Collaborative. Primarily, we'll stand in strong support of Senate Bill 3025, which would forgive medical debt for certain members of our community. A lot of the data is laid out in our testimony, but there are 2 things I would like to touch on. First being that medical debt is not a debt that anyone chooses. Credit card debt, car loan debt, that's a common debt that you make the choice to get into. But my niece was born at Kapiolani Medical Center and with a birth defect that left her in the NICU for about 10 months. And then until she was about 2.5 or 3 years old, she essentially had 24/7 care to make sure she could just stay alive. While in the NICU, there were 2 code blues that almost left her dead. There were multiple heart surgeries, there were lung surgeries, and a variety of things. Luckily, my brother and his family are in a situation in which health insurance was able to cover their debt, because I believe it was after about the first 3 months that they would have had over $1 million worth of debt. No one in the NICU came to them and said, here's a menu of your choices of what can happen to you, and here's what the cost is going to be. It was, we're going to do whatever procedure it takes to keep you alive. And again, luckily, they had the health insurance they needed to make sure that their bills were paid for. Their experience is not shared by many of the folks in this state, and too many folks are scared of getting health procedures that they may need because of falling into medical debt. And this bill can help alleviate some of those concerns. Again, my testimony has a lot of information about the data and what the bill exactly does. I would also like to draw you to attention to page 3 of the bill, in which Holomua does request a variety of amendments in order to make sure that this program can most efficiently and quickly run. Including those amendments are adding a section and some language to the purpose section, clarifying that the program created by the bill can acquire and forgive medical debt that is identified as available for acquisition and residents of the state, specifying that the Office of Wellness and Resilience may partner with other relevant state agencies and programs to develop, implement, and administer the program, making the program exempt from procurement requirements, removing the requirement that the acquisition and forgiveness of medical debt under the program be deemed fully forgiven upon payment, and replaced with negotiated to ensure that the possible value for the state. Lastly, that providing that the unencumbered appropriation monies authorized by the bill shall not lapse until June 30, 2027. I am available for any questions you may have. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and comments from the State Procurement Office, as well as 8 organizations and 8 individuals in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. SB 3029 SD1 HD1 relating to community development.
First, we have the Department of Health and Support.
Justin Medina, sorry, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Justin Medina with Department of Health, we send our written testimony and support.
Thank you. HCDA and Support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Craig Nakamoto, Executive Director of HCDA. We submitted testimony and support, but also want to suggest a couple of technical changes to the bill. Just to allow more reasonable time to review these proposals and consider them from that one county. So on page 4, line 21 of the bill, we suggest changing that date to March 31st, 2027. The reason is it's at December 31st, 2026. Sometimes we're still trying to get funds released from Budget and Finance, so it's a little bit unrealistic. And then on page 5, line 5 of the bill, maybe change the report back date to the legislature to before the regular session of 2028. If those changes are made, I think they would make implementation of this pilot program for summer streets a little bit more realistic. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute and Support on Zoom. Not present. That's everyone indicating they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 4 organizations and 4 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Yeah, nice.
Craig. Thanks, Craig. I think you guys are turning into the Swiss Army knife with all different things that you have to do. Just really
You look
curious.
so happy.
As long as I don't cut myself with the Swiss Army knife.
But it requires, authorizes the county to consult with the Department of Health best practices for development of the program.
Yeah.
But it requires the county to submit an initial proposal. And I see it happening in my head, but does some of the counties already have ideas on a proposed pilot program already? Because this is 300,000 or less, which is not city and county.
Correct. It would be County of Hawaii, County of Kauai, County of Maui. So when this bill was introduced, this was maybe the second time I had heard about this, the first time being from Senator Lee. But I understand that some counties have done a summer streets program successfully. I think Kauai County might have done one already. I also know that the Department of Health has implemented something like this in the past. So I think they're familiar with it.
Okay, and so augmenting the timeline, like you mentioned, helps get the counties get their proposals together to get it to you in time to actually execute. Because it is summer. It
Yeah.
doesn't say fall break.
Yeah, it does. So getting allowing more time to get the proposals to us, like maybe March of 2027, might allow us enough time to review those and then maybe implement for the summer. But it could be kind of tight. But I think if there was some language in there that gave us some flexibility too, that would be helpful because this is the first time we're doing it. We might actually consult with Department of Health on this. So giving us some flexibility and timeframes might be really helpful because this is the first time we're doing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. If not, we're gonna move on to SB 2961 SD1 HD1 relating to insurance.
First, we have DCCA Insurance Division and Support.
Insurance Division will stand on its written testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone indicating they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 1 organization. Oh, please.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Please come forward. Just state your name for the record, and you may proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Chris Todd and Vice Chair, and members of the committee, and thank you for hearing this bill today. I'm Sherry Peterson, and I am an Equal Justice Fellow, and I work as United Policyholders Maui Wildfire Recovery Liaison. Insurance is the first source of funding for policyholders in a disaster, and when insurance is inadequate and doesn't pay, then the bill goes to nonprofits, the county, the state, and the federal government. What we learned from the disaster on Maui is that ALE was inadequate to meet homeowners' needs. This bill addresses that very real problem that insureds face post-disaster, the need to remain housed while rebuilding and while continuing to pay their mortgage payments. There are similar bills to this in Oregon and in Colorado and in California. This bill provides a 4-month advance towards additional living expenses, 36 months with a minimum of 2 extensions. So I want to give you some numbers from Maui from their April 1st meeting to give you some perspective as to why this bill is so important. 171 homes have been rebuilt with families moving back home. 305 are under construction. 728 have permits issued, and 353 have permits in process. That's over 1,400 families that are still trying to get back home, and their ALE has been exhausted. Recovery after a disaster takes time. There are permitting delays, contractor shortages, materials. At one point, the wait list for trusses on Maui was over 6 months long. There are financing issues and insurance delays. When ALE runs out, families are forced into impossible choices. They take on more debt. They use their rebuild money for temporary housing, leaving them without money to rebuild, or they relocate away from their community. So I respectfully request that you pass SB 2961, and I thank you for your hearing this today, and I'm available for questions if you'd like.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. Okay. Moving on to SB 3103 SD2 HD1 relating to energy assistance.
Okay, Department of Human Services and Support. On Zoom.
Sorry, aloha Chair, Vice Chair. Elisa Furtado Fisher, Financial Assistance Programs Administrator. The department stands on our submitted testimony, and I'm available for any questions on the Hawaii LIHEAP program.
Thank you. TCCA, Division of Consumer Advocacy and Support.
Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Michelangelo, Executive Director, Division of Consumer Advocacy. Stand on our testimony in strong support. Available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority and Support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Jenna Siebel with the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, and we stand on our written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Public Utilities Commission and Support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ashley Miller with the Utilities Commission. We stand in strong support. Available for questions.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nicole Wu again. We support this bill. Obviously, we want to make sure our keiki and their families have reliable housing, and helping them with their energy bills is one way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Catholic Charities Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We'll stand on our written testimony, but want to comment that this bill is even more needed when just last week we heard that electricity costs may be going up 30% very soon due to the war and the international situation. So we thank you for taking leadership in really addressing the affordability of our energy costs in Hawaii. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's everyone indicating to be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from the City and County of Honolulu Office of Climate Change, Sustainability and Resiliency, the County of Kauai Office of Economic Development, 5 organizations and 2 individuals, all in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions?
Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
I have questions for DHS.
Hi.
Hi, I just wanted to know, in terms of the program, does the person who apply have to be the person that the electrical account is under? Does the names have to match?
Currently, for majority of our households that apply, that is the case. We do have households where they may have owed a deposit to establish utility service, so they have it in like a partner or a mother's name or even the landlord's name. And so we do have workarounds that validate the household composition, that they reside in the household, and that the utility account holder is also aware that they're applying for subsidy. So we work very closely with our utility partners, Hawaii Gas, KIUC, KIUC, and then Hawaiian Electric companies to validate the accounts and the account holders.
But that could be as
Okay,
simple
and
as
then,
a check.
the other question I had has to
And
do
then
with,
the case note should be either
would
this
they
is
still
the-
be, if they were to receive benefits from this program, could they still be eligible for any possible federal programs to assist with energy costs?
So we'll have to develop the eligibility of this program. There's still discussion on whether it would supplement the existing federal light heat program, or whether it would expand eligibility to households who are maybe perhaps above income or other eligibility guidelines for the federal light heat program. So those administrative rules would still need to be worked out.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
No problem. Anything else? Moving on to SB 3204, SD1, HD1, relating to Family Resilience Pilot Program.
Okay, Department of Human Services and Support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Catherine Scardino. I'm the TANF Program Administrator here on behalf of DHS and Director Yamane. The department stands on its written testimony in support of the bill's intent and offered comment. I'll be available to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Shipta in support.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Terry Vespers on behalf of Dr. Jack Lewin, SHPTA. We'd like to stand on our written testimony and strong support.
Thank you. Office of Wellness and Resilience in support.
Aloha. Tia Hartsock, Director of Office of Wellness and Resilience, stand in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities in support.
Dean Bartolos, Executive Administrator for the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities, will stand on our testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha again, this is Nicole Wu, and we support this bill as a way to provide support to some of our most vulnerable families. And also the funding coming from TANF it's a good source. We have hundreds of millions of dollars of TANF reserve funds. So in a tight budget year, this is a good fund to tap. So please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Catholic Charities Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii, and we strongly support this bill. We want to note that we also support HD1, which increased the duration of the pilot program from just 1 year to 2 years. We feel that's a longer period would be better to evaluate the effectiveness of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from the Executive Office on Early Learning, 2 organizations and 2 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? SB 2803, SD1, HD1, relating to homelessness. Oh, I skipped one. SB 2557 SD1 HD1 relating to homelessness. That's a title for all. Okay.
We have Shipta in support.
Terry Dispersed, on behalf of Jack Lewin, Dr. Zachary, that is shipped up to stand on a written testimony process. Thank you.
Thank you. Statewide Office on Homelessness and Housing Solutions with comments.
Eugene with the Statewide Office on Homelessness and Housing Solutions, standing on our case.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated to be joining us today. A additional testimony in support from the State Council on Mental Health, 4 organizations and 3 individuals, as well as 1 other individual providing comments. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Questions? Nope. SB 2803 SD1 HD1 relating to homelessness.
Department of Human Services with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services, here on behalf of Director Yamane. The department stands on its written testimony, providing comments and deferring to SOHHS. Thank you.
Thank you. Statewide Office on Homelessness and Housing Solutions with comments.
Jun Yang with the Statewide Office on Homelessness and Housing Solutions. We stand on our written testimony.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Additional testimony in support from the State Council on Mental Health, 1 organization and 1 individual providing comments. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? SB 2861 SD2 HD1 relating to the Office of Wellness and Resilience.
Department of Human Services and support. On Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. Catherine Scardino here on behalf of DHS and Director Yamani. The department stands on its written testimony in support of the bill's intent, offered comments, and proposed amendments for consideration. I will be available to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Office of Wellness and Resilience and support.
Stand in our testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Additional testimony and support from 1 organization and 1 individual in opposition. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Sure. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
For OWI. I thank you for your testimony. I just have a few questions because I want to make sure that I understand this bill correctly. So my understanding is that the services provided will be voluntary to eligible families. Is that assumption correct?
Yeah, so this would be to develop the plan for that program, and so we would be working closely with DHS to determine those type. But yeah, these types of programs would, by implementing the trauma-informed care approach, voluntary is definitely part of the process. Yeah, and we don't have authority to mandate anything, so yeah, voluntary.
Would the plan include what would happen if an eligible family elects not to participate in these voluntary services?
Yeah, that's a great question. Because they wouldn't participate, this would be part of the diversion piece. So in the plan development, none of it would be required, and so it would be an offer, and part of that would be up to the family to determine whether or not it would be helpful to them.
Okay, yeah, great. Thanks for those answers, because I do believe that the key is to engage these families and to have them participate voluntarily to make this a long-term lasting effect. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
No problem. Anyone else? If not, we're going to be moving on to SB 3320 SD1 HD1 related to the Food and Product Innovation Network.
First, we have the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity and support.
The department stands on its written testimony and support.
Thank you. HCDA and support.
HCDA stands on its written testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Agribusiness Development Corporation and support.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and Alakana Food and Product Innovation Network Manager, standing in strong support of this measure.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau and support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from the Department of Health, the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, 3 organizations and 1 individual, and the University of Hawaii providing comments. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? If not, SB 3007, SD2, HD1 relating to culture and arts.
Okay, DBED Creative Industries in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, David Harper, DBED, and we stand behind our support.
Thank you. Additional testimony, that's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Additional testimony and support from the City and County of Honolulu and DBED, Water Department. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? SB 2907, SD1, HD2 relating to marine affairs.
Okay, Office of the Governor in support.
Aloha, the Office of the Governor stands on its written testimony supporting the intent of the bill and offering comments. Mahalo.
Thank you. Department of Land and Natural Resources in support. Not present. Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
The Department of Ag stands on its testimony in support.
Thank you. We have the Agribusiness Development Corporation in support.
Aloha Anela Alcano, on behalf of Wendy Gady of ABC, we stand on our written testimony in support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Chamber of Commerce Hawaii in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and Julian Galvo on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Hawaii Technology Development Corporation in support.
Good afternoon, Trung Lam with HTDC. We stand on written testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Doreen Wong in support.
Aloha, Vice Chair, Chair. Thank you so much for your time and your energy, and so I stand in strong support with my written testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you. Noah Pentelovich in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. Brennan Yamamoto in support.
Hi, I'm Brennan, local engineer, very lucky to live here and work in this industry, and please support this bill and we can create industry for future generations of scientists and engineers. Thank you.
Thank you. George Yarborough in support on Zoom. Not present. Okay, that's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony with comments from NELHA, the Office of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and the State of Hawaii Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Testimony in support from 10 organizations and 7 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes.
Hi, yes. Please just state your name for the record and go ahead.
Apologies for giving an early testimony. It was meant for this bill. I can repeat that now if you'd like.
I mean, that's on you.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we do have your written
Aloha.
testimony if you'd like to just summarize some points. Yeah.
Of course. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Brian Glazer. I've lived in Hawaii for 22 years, where I'm an oceanography professor at the University of Hawaii and co-founder and CEO of Pohonu. This is my first time testifying, so again, apologies for going early before. We launched Pohonu to commercialize technologies developed in my lab over the past dozen years. These were initially funded by NOAA through Hawaii Sea Grant, National Science Foundation, and philanthropic donors like Eric and Wendy Schmidt's Family Foundation. We effectively transferred the credibility that we had as research academics to the operational marketplace with the launch and the early growth of Pohonu. And today I'm proud to say that we're operating at over 200 locations in 18 states where we enable real-time data to provide better flood monitoring, alerting, and predictions. Pohonu is in a strong position to grow and thrive, but as we grow, we will be constrained by the local availability of specialized talent, availability of suppliers capable of scaling with us, and logistics challenges related to fulfillment and imports of necessary components. The Office of Marine Affairs is well positioned to address these problems across the Blue Economy cluster, And we have a better chance at solving these by dedicating a resource to focus on coordination across the many groups that are involved. Hawaii is a unique and challenging location to start a technology company, and it requires a focused, highly collaborative effort to be successful. We believe Senate Bill 2907 will enable that collaboration and success, and the Hohonui team strongly supports its passage. Thank you for your work on this bill.
Thank you. I think we're going to circle back to George Yarbrough and on Zoom.
Aloha. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. On behalf of the International Economic Development Council, I'm an ERC fellow, so Economic Recovery Board fellow, one of 63 around the nation, including CNMI and Puerto Rico. I've been involved in economic development for over a decade now, and this is something that I think it strongly positions Hawaii as a leader in the ocean innovation field, and I think this could provide the opportunity to build jobs and opportunities for Keiki to return. So I strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Members, questions? Seeing none, moving on to SB 2074, SD1 HD2 relating to state facilities.
Okay, first we have DBED Stadium Authority in support.
Forgive me, I apologize, Chair and Vice Chair. Mikey Dow from the Stadium Authority in strong support. We stand on written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters in support. Not present. Retail Merchants of Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. This is Dave Erdman from Retail Merchants of Hawaii, and we stand on our written testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In support on our written testimony.
Okay, thank you. Outdoor Circle in opposition.
Chair, members of the committee, I'm Winston Welch, Executive Director of the Outdoor Circle, and we are testifying in strong opposition to SB 2074. This bill is not about naming rights. It's about whether Hawaii continues a century-long commitment to protect the heritage of the state. Public facilities are not just assets to be named for corporations. They're expressions of who we are as a community, places held in public trust. When we name them for corporations, we fundamentally change that relationship. We signal that even our shared civic spaces are available for purchase. Earlier versions of this bill limited exterior signage to a name of a naming entity, so just Coca-Cola or whatever. That safeguard has been removed in the version that you're looking at. What remains now is authorization for unlimited outdoor advertising on the exterior of the stadium with no meaningful limitations on size, brightness, movement, content, or visibility. There are no enforceable statutory standards governing how this authority would be used. In practical terms, the entire exterior of the stadium could become a massive moving digital billboard, visible from surrounding roadways and communities. There has been no traffic safety review. There isn't one required under this bill for a known risk at a site adjacent to the H1, Moanalua, and Kamehameha highways. There's no mitigation, no standards for a documented safety concern. This is not a narrow provision. It's an open-ended authorization for exterior commercial advertising on a major public facility, reversing a century of law. This is permanent and significant change for a very modest revenue, and it will not be confined to one facility. We saw this trajectory last year in SB 583, where the original bill actually extended this concept to now allow corporate naming of all state facilities. Public testimony across multiple sessions on similar measures over the last several sessions have been overwhelmingly opposed. Actual humans that live here. We have corporate entities and the Stadium Authority and whatnot. Yes, they may testify in favor, but actual humans are opposed overwhelmingly. The Star Advertiser weighed in on this a week or two ago and said that it doesn't pass muster. The State Attorney General has also flagged.
Sorry, can we have you start to summarize your comments?
Similar legislation last year and was a reason for that being vetoed about the single.
If you could begin to summarize your comments, that would be appreciated.
Yes. Current law does allow for naming of facilities. Stan Sheriff Center at UH is one of these. That comports with our laws. They can have naming rights without violating our century of tradition. We urge you to defer this measure, and thank you for your time and consideration of our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us today. That's all the people who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism and 2 organizations. Additional opposition from 3 other organizations and 36 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Rep. Hartsfield?
Stadium Authority?
Sure.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Mikey Dow from the Stadium Authority, please.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for being here. I have questions in regards to some of the proposed amendments, and it has to do with, well, the first set of questions has to do with the funds collected. I wanted to know, what is a food and beverage service?
A food and beverage service is a concessionaire in the stadium district itself. Oftentimes, food and beverage is bifurcated in that those concessions that are providing those services in the stadium are treated very differently than those that are providing those services in the district itself. So this bill limits it and specifically talks about those concessionaires and the food and beverage services that are in the stadium itself.
So what are the concession? Okay, let me just read what it's proposing.
Sure.
So it says including, and then it says D, any concession, and then E, the food and beverage service. So I wanted to know what the difference
Sure,
is.
sure. So this bill in particular draws a distinction between providing the service and then the food and beverages themselves. So the concession would be so providing the service is the person providing the service, while the concession itself is the business that's providing that service. And so what we're asking for in that part of the bill, or what this bill is proposing to provide, is it removes it from the competitive bidding process and allows maximum flexibility to the developer itself. So the stadium build out is incredibly unique. It's a public-private partnership and therefore very different than other state buildings, including the state capitol. And so that how they provide concession services and do their food and beverage has to be treated as a unique entity. And we have to allow them maximum flexibility to maximize their profits there so that then they can maintain the stadium.
Thank you. And then the second question has to do with the outdoor
signage or naming rights?
Yeah,
Sure.
the signage.
Happy to talk.
And I know there's already exceptions to it, and so it adds this additional exception to it. Do you think that if this exception is not included, that there could be enough revenue still without including that part of it in the bill?
So it's difficult for me to project revenue in this particular space because naming rights is typically something that's for the television market space. So for instance, let's say the University of Hawaii is playing in a bowl game at the stadium in future years. The naming rights are incredibly important to an entity like Coca-Cola that was previously mentioned because they want to slap all over ESPN that it's the Coca-Cola at Aloha Stadium, Sheraton Hawaii Bowl, for instance. So it's hard for me to project kind of what that is worth because East Coast revenue is different than West Coast given our time differences. It's also hard to project what kind of revenue streams may be cut off given that we're not allowed to put that kind of exterior signage that's inward facing to the district. What I can tell you is that naming rights for a facility of this size typically goes in that $7.2 to $7.4 million range in terms of buy-in. However, due to some of the constraints that we currently have in place, that number comes down based on a ROCO study in 2023 to 1.2, 1.3 million. So it's quite a significant drop, and any kind of allowance to be able to put some naming rights on the exterior facing portion of the stadium, but that's inward facing to the district, does increase our likelihood of gaining more revenue. Kind of a long answer. I know it's a cruddy answer, and I apologize.
Inward facing means what?
So if you think of how the stadium footprint is right now, So if you can, in your mind's eye, imagine the stadium. If you're where the volcano sculpture is in the front, if you were to put signage there on the stadium itself, you are on the exterior of the stadium, but you're inward facing into the stadium district. And you're not causing the kind of disturbances that was previously talked about in that H1, H2, or in the rail corridor, but you're inward facing into the rest of the district. So it's kind of weird. You're on the exterior of the stadium, but you're inward facing to the district. And that's the intent of the Stadium Authority. I think the previous speaker was correct in that this bill does allow for a lot of leeway and a lot of license to the Stadium Authority to be able to make these kind of decisions. And the Stadium Authority is made up of community members as well as district and development partners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else?
No, question to you.
Please.
If this bill is enacted as is, it says here on the first page in 109, section B, that the Stadium Authority may lease the naming rights or any portion thereof. So the naming rights would fall within your group's authority.
Yes.
And as I read through this, as well as your testimony, can you give me an example of what the process would look like? Because I understand that in reading other testimonies that naming rights are an industry standard, so there must be an industry type of process to go through this thing.
So this process is slightly different than our partners or in our friends on the mainland in that this is a public-private partnership that involves both the state and the developer. In a lot of other stadiums, for instance, in Snapdragon in San Diego, you're dealing with a university and a developer. Or in other counties, for instance, Buffalo's going through a massive build-out for the Buffalo Bills Stadium, you're going with a county government and a developer. This involves the state. So it's slightly different. The process then is that the developer vets potential proposals and then brings it to the Stadium Authority for ultimate approval of that kind of naming rights. The reason it's very broad is because naming rights isn't just for the facility itself, but naming rights can be to particular luxury boxes or corridors within the stadium. You can have the Representative Oda concessionaire area if you're willing to pay for that kind of thing, or our friends in Manoa and the Outdoor Circle can pay for portions of that signage and then not put up any signs. So it's not just naming the stadium at large, but it's naming all different kinds of parcels and pieces based on the authority given to the developer by the Stadium Authority and the approval of the Stadium Authority of that particular vendor.
So it's not just to the highest bidder?
No, it's not. So the Stadium Authority should this bill be enacted, the Stadium Authority has an enormous amount of leeway to be able to authorize or not authorize certain bidders. So should there be a bad actor that wants to place an inappropriate name on the stadium, our stadium developer partner simply couldn't just give them those rights. They would vet them and then bring them to the Stadium Authority for ultimate approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Anything additional? Okay, we're gonna move on to SB 2376, SD2, HD1 relating to the renewables fuel production tax credit.
Okay, Department of Taxation with comments.
Good afternoon, Gary Suganuma for Department of Taxation. Firm stands on expected testimony.
Thank you. Hawaii State Energy Office with comments. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Monique Zampis with Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on our written comments and we are available for questions. Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Hawaii Renewable Fuels Coalition in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nahalani Parsons on behalf of the Hawaii Renewable Fuels Coalition in support of this measure. And I'll just go straight to highlight the two elements of our testimony. One is asking for the additional sustainable aviation fuel tax credit to be reinserted. And the reason for that is SAF in itself takes more to refine. It comes higher up in the refinery tube, so it takes more energy and therefore has a slightly higher cost. If you look at the credit and you provide the same credit for both of them, it actually comes out costing more for SAF versus renewable diesel. And so we're asking for the additional credit for SAF so that producers will then be incentivized to put fuel into that SAF market. And that will really make the biggest impact on our greenhouse gas reductions in order to meet our clean energy goals. And the second amendment is regarding the local feedstock adder. To really differentiate, we want to support all locally produced renewable fuels. The additional credit would just be to distinguish between incentivizing local production, which would be the extra dollar, as well as allowing for imported feedstock. Available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Testimony in support from Alaska Airlines and Hawaiian Airlines on Zoom. Not present. Testimony in support from Pono Pacific.
Aloha, Chris Bennett with Pono Pacific, standing on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. For programs like this, we would prefer to see a subsidy program so we know what we're getting and we know how much we're paying for it. Tax credits introduce various levels of uncertainty and risk that are basically not good for business planning, and it's not good for the state. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We have PAR Hawaii in support.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Mark Inoue from PAR Hawaii. We're standing in support. I'll be here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Theodore Metros in opposition.
Hello, I'm Ted Metros, independent. I've worked for PAR Hawaii for 23 years. Wanted to testify on this bill so there's not inappropriate extractions for public subsidies. This bill is a big change. You may not see it, it's still at $20 million, but there's a fourfold increase in the tax credit going from approximately 32 cents to $1.40 per gallon. That is not scalable. At $1.40, you can barely get maybe 15 million gallons of renewable fuels covered by that incentive. But the state is consuming 1.3 billion gallons of fossil fuel. So if you were going to scale this, as advocates suggest, it would take 100 times 20, which is $2 billion to subsidize. And the point is, you don't need to do it like this because there is another option, clean fuel standard credits. And just to drill down a little bit, this is actually a big giveaway. It's not going to work the way you like. This has a $7 million cap. Pacific Biodiesel has capacity of about 5 million. They would be able to take away $7.7 million with this tax credit. 7.7 for 10 years, that's $70 million. Are they going to pass that on to the utilities directly? Pacific Biodiesel provides just 1% of HECO's supply. Is that going to benefit taxpayers? And then PAR's situation is tenfold of that of Pacific Biodiesel. This credit is $1.40. PAR Hawaii submitted testimony that they wanted another $1 for biodiesel equivalent, another $1 for sustainable aviation fuel. That's $3.40. When PAR first introduced this project, they said they wanted just $1 to $2. This bill, $3 to $4, 1 to 2. The clean fuel standard credits only cost 30 to 40 cents in California. That's why that's being advocated by the Hawaii Climate Commission and as well on over to by HDOT. And we should capture that methodology. This bill doesn't even cover sustainable aviation fuel.
Can I have you start to summarize your comments?
Sure. There's gaps in here because this has no reference to sustainable aviation fuel. And it also has gaps because it retains a refundable tax credit, which, by the way, could go to foreign suppliers under this bill. PAR didn't mention they have a partnership with 2 Japanese companies. This would allow the tax credit to go to foreign entities at a 36% rate. I don't think that's where the taxpayers' dollars should be going, is to Japan.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from 3 organizations and 3 other organizations providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. Okay, we're going to move on to SB 2577, SD2, HD1 relating to sports tourism.
Hawaii Tourism Authority in support.
I'm Caroline Henderson with Hawaii Tourism Authority. We had a testimony in support.
Thank you. Retail Merchants of Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. This is Dave Erdman, Retail Merchants of Hawaii, in support of this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We stand by our testimony.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated to be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from 2 organizations and 1 individual. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Seeing none, moving on to SB 2798, SD1, HD1 relating to law enforcement.
Okay, Department of Law Enforcement in support.
Good afternoon, I'm Jared Rajula, the Deputy Director for Law Enforcement. Our department stands in support of the measure.
Thank you. We have sorry, member. Okay. Also, County of Hawaii Office of the Prosecuting Attorney in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Hawaii Cattlemen's Council in support on Zoom.
Thank you. We stand on our written testimony in support as this is a crucial step in addressing security as well as community safety. Nicole Galassi on behalf of the Hawaii Cattlemen's Council. Mahalo.
Thank you. Oh, apologies. Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity in support.
Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity stands in strong support of the measure as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from Mayor Bisson, the Maui County, as well as support from the Maui County Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, 3 organizations and 1 individual. Is there anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom? Bye. Hi, is there someone on Zoom who'd like to testify?
As chair, this is Hunter Hevlin on behalf of Hawaii Farmers Union. We'll stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is SB 2110, SD1, HD1 relating to agriculture.
Okay, we have Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. And Hawaii Farmers Union in support on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Vice Chair, members, Hunter Hevlin here on behalf of Hawaii Farmers Union. We're in strong support of this measure. Decades of plantation-era monocropping have left much of Hawaii's agricultural lands with depleted soils. And a soil health survey across multiple islands found that previously intensive agricultural lands had the worst soil health of any land use studied, even other conventional croplands. But that same study found that well-managed pastures were indistinguishable from those of protected forests. So the science is clear that with the right conservation practices and good land management, we can restore our degraded soils. The recent and potentially ongoing storms, I think, further highlight the risks when extreme rainfall hits land that has been blighted by drought. Farms on every island have suffered erosion, flooding, crop loss. And healthy soils with strong organic matter can absorb water during heavy rain and retain moisture during dry periods. This is an incentive program that helps us move our landscape management in the right direction and join the 28 other states that have already enacted soil health legislation. The Farmers Union has been advocating for measures such as this for the past 5 years, and we believe it's a critical measure to support the good land management already taken on by many of the agricultural operations across the islands. AEN recommended $1.5 million to support this effort, and we urge the committee to pass this measure with sufficient funding and are happy to answer any questions. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Hawaii State Youth Commission Environmental Committee in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. On behalf of the Hawaii State Youth Commission's Environmental Committee, we are in strong support of SB 2110.
We believe that Hawaii is dependent on foreign exports and we lack sustainable agricultural systems. So our access to locally grown food exacerbates our state's longstanding issue of self-sufficiency. We believe that this bill is a necessary step to encourage supportive localized farming system on our islands. And moreover, it is essential to promote agriculture in Hawaii that can support its inhabitants and growing youth. The Conservation Agriculture and Soil Health Incentive Program will aid the Hawaii State Department of Education's goal to have 30% of school meals sourced locally by 2030. Within the past few years, schools across the state have increased their reliance on local farms. In the 2020 to 2023 school year, over 165,000 students were routinely fed by farm-to-school programs. Hence, incentivizing local farmers to use sustainable and climate-friendly techniques is integral for our learning youth and our future economy. Therefore, the Hawaii State Youth Commission strongly urges the committee to pass Senate Bill 2110, SD1 HC1. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Leah Laramie in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Leah Laramie, the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission. We stand on our testimony and support and available for questions.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity, University of Hawaii, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, County of Hawaii Department of Research and Development, City and County of Honolulu, Office of Climate Change, Sustainability and Resiliency, 14 organizations, and 65 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Mr. Smith, were you testifying on this measure? Or?
No, sorry.
Oh, got you. Okay, members' questions? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to SB 1166, SD2 HD2 relating to insurance.
Okay, DCCA Insurance Division and with comments. I think we lost them. Okay, not present. Earth Justice and support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Association for Justice and Opposition.
These are here. Oh, the insurance division. No. Oh, HJJ.
Oh.
There's two of you.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Evan O on behalf of HAJ. We do stand on our testimony in opposition. I think our main concern is that this bill conflicts with existing case law when it comes to HRS 66310. Right now, the system is a judicially managed lien system, which is very consumer friendly and is designed to be consumer friendly in that aspect. So we are concerned that this does go around that, and for those reasons, we oppose the bill. Thank you.
And sorry, DCCA, did you want to add to comments? Or?
Sorry for not making it in time. The insurance division will just stand on its written comments, but we do just want to note our concern with the bill is mostly that we feel that its placement in Chapter 431-13, which is the Insurance Code's Unfair Deceptive Trade Practices section, is not an appropriate section for this measure, as it doesn't define a new unfair deceptive trade practice. It's not meant for the regulation of insurance companies or insurance licensees. Our recommendation would be to put it into Title 36, which is the Civil Remedies, Defenses, and Special Proceedings chapter, because we feel it might be a more appropriate section for this language. But happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sierra Club of Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We need to knock Sierra Club of Hawaii. We stand on our testimony strong support of this measure. Happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Leadership Committee of the Polluters Pay Hawaii Coalition in support.
Aloha, my name is Kayla Economo, submitting testimony on behalf of the Polluters Pay Hawaii Coalition in strong support of SB 1166. We stand on our written testimony and we would like to highlight 2 points to the committee's attention. The first is that the savings clause in the bill protects the state's existing litigation, so Section 4 of SB 1166 especially shields the rights, duties, and proceedings that predated the bill's effective date. So this would mean that the legislation cannot be used to undermine or reframe the state's ongoing case against fossil fuel companies. And then the second point is we would like to respectfully request one amendment, which would be a standard severability clause. This would be a routine legal protection ensuring that if any single provision is struck down, the rest of the statute would remain intact. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next we have American Petroleum Institute in opposition. Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Laurie Lam on behalf of the American Petroleum Institute, testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 1166 HD2. This bill would impose liability on companies that have operated for decades under federal and state approved permits, tax structures, and regulatory approvals that have enabled Hawaii's fossil fuel-based energy system. Fuel remains a legal, essential product that we depend upon every day. Adding new liability exposure and litigation would discourage the continued investment and long-term planning needed to maintain reliable supplies of transportation fuels, marine fuels, and backup generation that households and businesses rely on. Finally, this bill is being considered at a time when litigation in the state and elsewhere is ongoing. In fact, the state, city and county of Honolulu, and Maui County are currently litigating climate-related claims against major energy companies in Hawaii state courts. So given the pending litigation on this issue, which is rife with uncertainty and legal questions, we ask that the committee not commit resources into a bill that's effectively already being litigated. For these reasons, we urge you to defer this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next we have Center for Climate Integrity and Support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd and members of the committee. Gordon Levitt from the Center for Climate Integrity. Stand on our written testimony in strong support of Senate Bill 1166. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Frederick Smith in support on Zoom.
Yeah, hi. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and everyone else in the room. My name is Frederick Smith. I'm a resident of the Kealakekua Pua'a on Hawaii Island, and I strongly support this bill. Hawaii's insurance market's already under strain from climate-related losses, and these costs are really being passed on to residents through rising premiums and reduced coverage. This bill creates a pathway for insurers, including the Hawaii Hurricane Relief Fund, to cover costs from responsible parties, instead of those costs really falling all on local residents like you and me, but especially on those who are really struggling with these rising costs. From a fiscal perspective, this really helps reduce long-term pressure on premium and limits reliance on public resources. It doesn't create any new spending. It only allows recovery of funds already paid out. It's a practical step to help the people of Hawaii stabilize the insurance system. There might be litigation already happening, but that doesn't mean individual litigation doesn't necessarily settle this. Insurers should have the right to seek damages. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Maka Gibson in support. Not present. And R. Hawaii in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair. Stand on our written testimony. We're in strong support of this bill. Working families are currently facing the cost of rising insurance rates due to the climate crisis. Just to add to what's in our written testimony very briefly, with some new information that we received yesterday. Lahaina, as we all know, was a multi-billion-dollar disaster. The state boldly acted to make sure that insurers would, people getting dropped by insurance companies would be covered by standing up the state as an insurer of last resort. It's been very successful, but we've also taken on a lot of new liability. So at a briefing yesterday, they reported that current and incoming liability, basically the amount of property insured by the state now, it's up to $5 billion, and that's only going to increase as more non-renewals occur, as more disasters like round 3 that we might be experiencing right here continue to disrupt our insurance markets. So we have to get serious about alternative forms of funding for the state to protect both taxpayers and ratepayers, and we ask you to move this measure forward.
Thank you. To everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today, additional testimony and support from 11 organizations, 2 organizations providing comments, and 1 organization opposition, as well as 60 individuals in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Oh, please. Please just state your name for the record before you begin.
Chair and Vice Chair, my name is Josh Danver with Hawaiian Council, and just wanted to say that we stand on our strong written support for Senate Bill 1166. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom wishing to testify?
Members, questions on this item? Rep. Kush?
Thank you, Chair. For Insurance Division, or, yeah. Thanks for coming in, your timely entrance.
Yeah.
So, in summary, the nexus here is climate change is impacting the cycle of disasters, and which increases property insurers and reinsurers costs because there's higher claims, the modeling has changed, raising everybody's prices. And if I understand correctly, the bill allows for, instead of like me suing Exxon, I can recover claims and insurers can then sue Exxon because Exxon created global warming or assisted in the global warming. Like, so I'm just trying to create this nexus of like how the mechanics of this might work.
Yeah.
How effective will it be? You know, in principle, it's like, yes, fantastic, let's do this. But nothing's in a vacuum and nothing's in a void. So can you kind of walk us through the mechanics, how this might work and what might be downstream repercussions that we're not seeing here?
Yeah, so I'll defer to the much more experienced litigators wherever they may be with regards to the legal ramifications and procedures. Generally speaking, I would say that your summary of the bill matches what what the division's understanding is. It's essentially that the allegation here, right, is that fossil fuel companies are the cause of climate-related changes, which are resulting in increases in insurance premiums, and so therefore insurance companies, per this bill, would be given a private right of action to be able to sue fossil fuel companies to recover damages that they incur vis-a-vis through climate change related disasters. I think part of your question was also to discuss kind of the change that this bill might produce, which is that while the bill does include in it a private right of action in state law, I think the fact that our AG, who I'm not going to speak on behalf of, but the fact that our AG has already filed suit against fossil fuel companies would seem to imply that there is already in existence a cause of action. Generally, it's going to be tort liability. Now, that would go towards insurance companies all the same, should they wish to sue for that. This would create a more specific cause of action. I would note that saying that, so my presumption would be, I don't know of any explicit prohibitions against insurance companies from doing this now. I would also point out that per the bill, HRS 431P-5 authorizes the HHRF to sue and be sued. And similarly, HRS 431.21.105B4 authorizes HPIA to sue and be sued. Now, granted, those are general powers, but those general powers would encompass the right to sue under tort liability, would be my assumption anyway. That would be left up to the litigators as to whether they can prove that fossil fuel companies had a duty that they breached and they were the cause and there were damages that can be established.
Okay, so kind of that already exists. I'm sorry, Chair.
No.
So that kind of already exists. I don't know if maybe Evan can jump in, speaking of great legal minds you are referencing.
Just want to know we're two separate people. Yeah. Everyone gets us mixed up. It's the same person.
Gosh, you just have to say anything. Sorry, go ahead, Chair.
So in this, I mean, do you does this create a better pathway or a more realistic pathway? Because I'm very concerned that we create a downstream effect that makes insurers pull out. I'm a guy who has had multiple policies pulled already because the market is not sweet enough for insurers, and that's a separate issue to discuss. That's for the division to toss and turn at night about. But I'm just concerned that this might push it further. I mean, do you see a clear nexus here? Is this gonna be helpful for insurance companies?
You know, I can't
Legally?
I can't answer for the insurance companies, of course, on that front. I do concur with Matt in the sense that there is, you know, a legal route for them to pursue. Right now, HHA's main concern is that this does create a kind of a separate route that goes around the 663 process, which is again designed to be more consumer friendly. But I don't necessarily know if this is a tool that will be more or less utilized by the company in that sense, or if it provides it just provides a separate right of action, not necessarily one that may be easier to utilize. And again, you know, I can't answer expressly for the insurance companies on that route when it comes to that. But I do concur with Matt that technically you could under tort law just pursue this without having to create a separate route to go through.
I would just add on to that, Rep. To your point, again, the bill creates a right of action, a private right of action for HHRF, HPI, and insurance companies to sue. The question is, are they going to
HHRF, Hawaii Hurricane Relief.
Hawaii Hurricane Relief Fund, sorry, and then the Hawaii Property Insurance Association, and then other private insurers. The question is, will they actually sue under that? And I think that's the however $1 million worth of question that we just don't know the answer to. I mean, because you're essentially leaving it up to the insurance companies to go and do so. And again, under tort law, there was nothing stopping them before. So like, I mean, I don't know whether this would push them along or kind of, I don't know what the effect would be.
So moving it forward then may have no effect at all. It might just be a law that sits on the books.
I mean, it could end up being one of those nice to haves. It's just going to sit on the shelf, and whether again anyone utilizes it in the future, we can't predict that, but it would be there. Yeah.
Okay, that's my 15 minutes. Sorry.
Well, that was great. Additional questions, Rep. Miyake?
Sorry, Matt, Evan. Just to clarify my colleague's question. So insurance companies can already sue responsible parties.
It would be our understanding that that's the case, yes.
Okay. So what is stopping them from doing that already today?
I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of any of them since, I mean, I don't work in-house for any of them, but my guess would be, just like insurance companies typically do, they evaluate the risk and the cost and the benefits as any litigator would. And my assumption, my 2 cents on it personally would be that the cost of that litigation probably outweighs whatever they want to stomach with regards to, you know, how far they want to go, such that they just don't want to pay the cost to have to go through the litigation.
Chair, one more question, please. So would that risk be passed on to the insurance policyholders though? It could, I guess?
I mean, presumably yes, in the sense that your policy is going to be based upon the risk that whatever you're trying to insure is vulnerable to, right? So, I mean, if we can take into account just recently, I think was it yesterday, we had the briefing with regards to flood insurance. The FEMA is updating their flood, or NOAA is updating their flood maps. So there are going to be properties now that are in flood zones that maybe weren't in flood zones. That will have an impact on their insurance. So with regards to if the risk increases on someone's property, then yes, the premiums and the policy will likely have to increase to cover that as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, additional questions? Go ahead.
There was testimony related to severability language. What do we sever out? I mean, you've given it a very clear that it's just in the wrong spot.
Mm-hmm.
It's either put it in. I feel like severability language doesn't solve anything either.
So our testimony wasn't particular to severability so much as it was, again, our testimony didn't comment on the substance of the bill whatsoever. It was more so that to create a private right of action it's not appropriate to put a private right of action in the insurance code, since the insurance code is meant to regulate insurers and insurance business, yeah, which this would not do that.
Thanks.
Anything else? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next item on our agenda. SB 2756 HD1 relating to conservation enforcement.
Department of Land and Natural Resources in support.
Good afternoon, Jason Redula, Dope Care Chief, on behalf of DLNR. We'll stand on our written testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Callista Ancog in support on Zoom.
Hi, aloha, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Callista Ancog, and I'm a student at Chaminade University studying environmental science in support of Senate Bill 2756. I've seen firsthand through my internships in conservation with Bishop Museum and DLNR how it can be frustrating when a lack of funding and inadequate equipment undermines the value of work. I think it's really exciting that this measure looks forward to supporting current and future DoCare employees. As somebody who's looking to go into conservation, I think it's important that we support these new hires with up-to-date equipment. Therefore, I ask that you pass this measure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Frederick Smith in support on Zoom.
Yeah, hi, Frederick Smith again. I just wanted to express my strong support for SB 2756 HD1. This measure really represents a practical investment to ensure that there's existing enforcement capacity to function effectively. As DoCare brings on new officers in the 26th Academy, those officers need to be paired with adequate vehicles and marine assets. So that the state really underutilizes its investment in staffing. On Hawaii Island, where I live, where the coastline is really extensive and the access points are really far apart, it really depends on reliable patrol capacity. I've personally contacted DoCare a few different times regarding potential violations in the Kealakekua Bay MLCD and was told in one case that limited vessel and vehicle availability constrained their ability to actually respond in a timely manner. So addressing these equipment gaps will really help to improve enforcement effectiveness and support better resource protection overall. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 4 organizations and 4 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Seeing none, we're moving on to SB 2999, SD1 HD2 relating to a clean fuel standard.
Okay, we have the Office of the Governor in support.
The Governor stands on its written testimony in support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Department of Transportation in support on Zoom. Oh, sorry, in person.
Aloha, Laura Ka'akua with Department of Transportation. The department stands in support. I did first want to highlight just a few things. We've recognized the Clean Fuel Standard as a foundational long-term strategy to decrease the carbon intensity of Hawaii's fuel pool. We recognize that you were considering multiple fuel measures here today, so I did think it was timely to note that we think it pairs very well with short-term renewable fuels as well as sustainable aviation fuel tax credits as a complementary strategy. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission in support. Thank you. PAR Hawaii with comments.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Mark Inouye from PAR Hawaii. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and sharing the concerns that we have with the Clean Fuel Standard. We provided some suggested amendments in our written testimony. We support clean fuels and reducing emissions. With over $100 million investment we made at our Kapolei refinery, we're becoming one of the few renewable fuel facilities in the nation. However, a clean fuel standard as currently proposed, may have unintended consequences for our state. Our state is different. We have one refinery, no pipelines connecting the neighbor islands, like on the mainland. And unfortunately, we depend heavily on imports for nearly all of our goods. A clean fuel standard would raise the cost of making local fuel and could shift us towards relying on imported fuel. That creates three risks in our view: higher prices, less energy security, and impact to local jobs. The refineries support good paying, over 300 jobs, good paying jobs in Hawaii. And these policies could disadvantage local production and could put those jobs at risk. Fuel costs does affect everything, food, goods, and the daily living. Even small and moderate increases at the pump are felt quickly by families, and also businesses. We believe we should take a careful approach at this. We know that the Hawaii Department of Transportation is working on a feasibility study. We'd like to hear that as well, while protecting the affordability, the local jobs, and the energy security. Mahalo for hearing our testimony. I'll be here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Testimony from Theodore Metros in opposition.
Hello, Ted Metros, Chair, Vice Chair, Independent. I'm one of the few people here trying to save some money rather than spend it. I would like to say this is a good program, but you don't need tax credits to get HECO to buy biofuels for utility purposes. That's already obligated. And likewise, you don't need tax credits for supporting transportation fuels. That's what this program does. The Clean Fuel Standard addresses transportation fuels, and it's not going to raise the price. The studies are already in. They've got 5-10 cents maybe for the cost at the pump, and there's no credit outlay. That's the big important thing here. And what I want to talk about just real quickly is the thing that's missing from this bill. You got to read this closely. They don't cover aviation fuel. Hawaii has 35% of the transportation aviation fuel is inter-island. It's not being covered. If you want to get that addressed without having to pay $300, $400 million a year for tax credits for inter-island use, because the airlines won't buy unless they get subsidized. That's what they've said. They've testified to it. Then adopt the Clean Fuel Standard now, get DOT working on that issue and incorporate it so that not just road transportation, but also aviation. And you can focus on what we've already got as an obligation under HRS 225P-8. This is where the Clean Fuel Standard, I provided comprehensive amendments in there so that if tax credits come through, they get phased out. And so it's a very balanced effect, but we can't wait. And there were amendments put in here that's going to delay this well beyond 2035. The Climate Change Commission cited Clean Fuel Standard as one of the top priorities and approaches for aviation, and yet this bill doesn't have it. Add aviation, inter-island aviation only, because we don't have authority beyond that. And we will get well down the path towards addressing climate change at a decent price.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from 9 organizations and 1 individual. Testimony in opposition from 1 organization and 2 other organizations providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Please just state your name for the record before you begin.
Yeah, absolutely. Liat Carlisle, representing Pump Cleaner Fuels Hawaii Coalition. Chair, Vice Chair, members, thank you so much for the opportunity to give testimony on this. I want to just note a couple of things about the Clean Fuel Standards, primarily on the economics of these markets. Clean fuel standards are proven markets and proven policies. These are already in existence up along the West Coast, California, Washington, and Oregon. New Mexico recently passed this program and just finished its rulemaking. These programs have been very successful in the past, and they've driven billions of dollars into private investment in both clean fuels and electrification, all while reducing transportation emissions. This is really the first program that truly decouples emissions from transportation. As we're seeing in real time, fuel prices are driven far more by global oil markets and geopolitics than by clean fuel standards or really any climate policy. I want to note that in Washington State, they recently did a study on the economic impact of these programs, and they found that these programs impacted gasoline and diesel prices by less than 1 cent at the pump, and have dramatically reduced emissions in the state, which was significantly less than they initially thought based on prior research. Lastly, I just want to note that Hawaii remains one of the most petroleum-dependent states in the nation, and that clean fuel standards actually help to diversify the fuel sources, strengthen energy security, and accelerate emissions. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'm available for any questions if they come up.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom wishing to testify?
Members, questions? Kush?
Sorry,
No?
keep it to 14 minutes. Maybe Mark from PAR. I feel like I'm going to do the point counterpoint again. You seem to have the one counterpoint to all this other testimony that's largely in support of this bill. And I know personally from constituent feedback, you know, everybody would love to have a cleaner fuel and have cleaner emissions and lower greenhouse gas life cycle emissions throughout the production of fuels. Is there, like, your concern of, as I understand it, would be like larger markets like California would just import renewable diesel or import, I mean, imagine that's probably one of the biggest product out there for clean fuel standards. Sure. Can you kind of like walk us through what your fears might be and how that would manifest and knock out or maybe make unprofitable our one refinery?
Sure. I mean, yes, we do have one refinery out here. Other states like California are seeing those refineries kind of go away. And I'm not saying this because of the Clean Fuel Standard program, but you know, the Clean Fuel Standard program kind of allows for more importing, and that lets it grow through our energy system here. Right now, we have a good balance between local production and importing. We can make the certain types of fuels for our state that depend on us, and also we have to import what we cannot, you know, make for the state. As we kind of change that fuel system, you have to kind of look at also the logistics of bringing, you know, fuels in and out, also to the neighbor islands. You're looking at also, you know, what that impact is going to be at the pump as well. Some folks say, you know, it's going to be a few cents, and you know, we're waiting for the study to come out from the DOT to see, you know, what that actually is going to be.
Okay, so your concern would be more production cost to create fuel for us here in Hawaii versus being undercut by just getting straight diesel deliveries versus oil that you would refine, take through the refining process. Is that correct?
Sure. I mean, when you open up to the global market for importing, that's all just finished types of fuel, you know, whether that's renewable or a gasoline or a diesel. So by having a refinery here, we look at it like, yeah, we do have to import a lot of the feedstock, but being diverse as well, being flexible on what we can make here versus being in the hands of, you know, whatever fuel is going to be out there at any given time during a global crisis like we have right now. What happens to all of that finished product? For example, you know, jet fuel, which a lot of our jet fuel that we get here to Hawaii is kind of locked up now in Asia, and you know, it creates this challenge with our whole energy system here in Hawaii.
So a lot of Gen A is actually produced in Asia and then shipped here as Gen A,
domestically, and also places in Asia where a lot of jet fuel that is imported comes here.
Okay, thank you. One more question? All right. DOT, please. Thank you. Thank you. So I understand you guys have a study right now looking at this. I forget who she stood for, but previous testifier talked about that they've done in other studies, and can you comment on that and costs and some of the concerns of Par Hawaii?
Sure. Yeah, a previous testifier referenced a study that Washington had done when they were at this exact spot, right? So they wanted to understand the cost, and they did find that the cost to gasoline and diesel was very negligible. Hawaii has a really unique transportation fuel mix, and we wanted to make sure that we understood the cost to consumers before supporting a strategy. And so our draft feasibility study on the clean fuel standard does find that there will be an increased cost to both gasoline and diesel. We're supporting the measure still because we think that cost is reasonable. So the study looked at a moderate approach and a more aggressive approach, and found that in the moderate approach, the increased cost to a gallon of gasoline or a gallon of diesel is 5 to 14 cents. In the more aggressive approach, where we want to have greater emissions reduction and greater reduction in the carbon intensity of our fuel pool, that additional cost to a gallon of gasoline or a gallon of diesel is 5 to 20 cents. We are trying to balance three things. We've kind of used them as checks and balances for the strategies we're supporting. So it's affordability, increasing our local energy security, and then emissions reduction. And based on really that affordability prong, because we know any increase to gas is hard for the majority of our residents. And so we asked our consultants to model a conservative approach where for the initial 5 years, that increase to a gallon of gas or diesel would be between 3 to 5 cents, and then it would raise after that. And the timing on this, I think this bill gives us until 2028 to come up with rules. So we would be implementing, this would really kick off in 2029, 2030. And so we would have a 5-year period from 2030 on or 2029 on, where we would see this 3 to 5. Well, this is our recommendation, is to go with a more conservative approach and to have that 3 to 5 cent increase. At the same time, it's balanced with the incentives going into the market for cleaner fuels. So the states that do have clean fuel standards are seeing the prices of their cleaner fuels drop at the same time that there is an increase. Some is negligible, some like Hawaii, it is a small to moderate increase. So there is a cost savings over time for the incentivization of cleaner fuels.
Thanks so much, I appreciate it.
Anything? We'll go Repti and then Rep Miyake.
Thank you for being here, DOT. We know there's a lot of things you guys are working on. Thank you for doing that, looking at the conservative and the aggressive approaches. Obviously, 5 to 20 cents, that's a tough deal for local residents to swallow right now.
Right.
And I understand that this is important. Given all that, should the price at the retail pump go faster or higher than the estimate? Are there safeguards? Are there mechanisms like a price ceiling or price cap? What safeguards are there should this happen?
Yeah, so we really appreciate that this bill is written to give us the flexibility to adjust the credit prices. So if the credit prices respond or are aligned with the increase of price at the pump, and so if those prices jump higher than expected, we would have the built-in flexibility to lower the credit prices and therefore to decrease the price, the additional costs at the pump. Obviously the program will not be as successful if we have to do that in terms of emissions reductions, but that's built in, and we think that's a really important safeguard.
One more question. And then, I'm good.
You sure? Okay, Rep Miyake.
Oh, thank you for DOT. So you, in your model, you stated that the gas prices can increase 5 to 14 cents per gallon, right? is that passed through to consumers?
It is. So, different states do their analysis in different ways. But yeah, our study is finding that will be an additional cost at the pump. So we want to give you folks all the information. We are looking for strategies that help the transportation sector be in compliance with the statutory emission reduction targets. But we want to be really transparent in terms of the expected additional costs, and really cognizant of how it's going to affect Kama'aina.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Matt?
I remember the question.
Okay, go for it.
Let's see.
It is Alzheimer's Day.
I forgot the question, sorry.
Okay, it's all good. We still got time. Okay, go ahead, Rep.
Thanks, Chair. For TOT, I think we're all barking around the same goal, right? Because this fuel mix is very different here in the state of Hawaii. And let me tell you, on Hawaii Island, it gets even more special. Because we're a big island with lots of roads. And let me tell you, our hunters and fishermen love their trucks.
Right.
And so I'm really focused in on this cap, I think, on fuel tax as it relates to what it would cost at the pump. Because the counties also have another lever to add on additional fuel tax, which makes Hawaii Island even more unique. And so in the testimony from PAR, they mentioned ensuring the prices like would hit a cap. And I kind of like that language because it provides a kind of a level playing field. So if Hawaii Island wants to do more, they can go to their council. If Maui wants to do more, they can do their council. Go to their council. I was just wondering what DOT's position. I hear you guys loud and clear about the flexibility, but at some point there's flexibility and then there's a need to have some guardrails, even with.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think we would oppose that. I think we're really supportive because it'll take us a while to start rulemaking and implement the program, and because we're recommending kind of a slow, conservative start to the program. I think on one hand, we probably wouldn't get to that level for quite some time just based on the existing modeling. But I can't speak for our leadership, but based on our approach, which has been pretty conservative and focused on affordability, I don't think we would be opposed to, there's probably a number that we all agree on that we don't want it to get to that point, at least in maybe the next, 10 years. Yeah.
So I'll lean in a little bit because all of this will take some time. Is this a little premature and maybe allow the department to go ahead, finish up the feasibility study, have some better numbers as it relates to what costs will be associated with and passed on to a consumer, and then revisit legislation like this so it's more tailored and the approach is a little bit more forward thinking, giving counties also the time to assess what this might mean and how they might need to adjust their fuel tax in their respective counties.
I guess I would say we're really confident in the numbers that we've given already. And we would like to see this move forward this session. It's really, I know for our leadership, it's really important to consistently work with the counties. So we would absolutely work with the counties during the rulemaking process because you brought up really good points that the counties do have that flexibility. So we want to make sure that we're not just planning for Oahu. and that we're taking into account that additional tax that can be put on the neighbor islands. But in terms of timing, I think it would be a good year to get this passed so that we can start those rulemaking discussions that will involve the counties.
And then how does this tailor into the High Rock program as far as the road usage maintenance fees?
I guess so the High Rock program is really looking at EVs, and this Clean Fuel Standard recognizes that even with our push for greater adoption of electric vehicles, Hawaii still uses a lot of fuel and will continue to use a lot of fuel. And so this helps us to regulate the ground transportation fuel that we know will be continue to be used. So there is it does give you can generate credits for electricity for the EVs, but there's not, I guess, aside from that, I guess they work as like complementary strategies that target different, right? You're targeting EVs, and then this is really targeting the fuel pool.
Yeah, and again, because Hawaii Island is incredibly unique, we have way more miles of road.
Yes.
And just to pave the road takes diesel fuel to pave the road.
Right.
And so we're there. I absolutely get it. On top of which we have a number of private subdivisions that we end up having to pay for, paving their roads. But those EVs aren't contributing the same like somebody putting gas in their car. And I think, and maybe I'm just being a little bit more cognizant of Hawaii Island and how unique Hawaii Island is when we're talking about this, all these pieces that are fitting into how fuel costs look very different across.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah,
okay.
Understood.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else?
Chair.
Right now.
Sorry. Did you get your question?
Did you remember?
I wrote it down.
Oh, hey, nice. You wanna go?
Yeah,
Go
it's a
ahead.
really simple question. You know, given the fact that DOT is gonna be taking over and there's this fairly complex credit system that has to happen, does DOT have the expertise and the capacity, or is this a few years from now, there's a new division of clean fuel that you're gonna be asking for?
Yeah, we will have to increase our own capacity. Yeah, so we expect an additional 3 to 5 positions that we're not asking funds for at this time, but we'll have to work with the legislature on vacancy savings. And yeah, we're not making a general funds request, but we think we will have to increase our capacity.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Okay, right now, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, DOT.
Thank you.
Question for Leon. Thank you for being here again. Sorry the weather is bad, but when we met, I know we discussed credits and debits that market, right? And you heard DOT's the concerns with DOT's model. What would happen? Like, what happens if the credit prices increase?
Yeah, so credit price is market based, so it will fluctuate just as supply and demand works in other markets. But what Laura was mentioning is that there's a very long rulemaking process for these programs, and states with these programs in place. So Washington Department of Ecology, the California Air Resources Board have capacity to support new states as they build this up, and so they're able to take a lot of the existing rule. And there's mechanisms that existing states use to put guardrails around price increases. So there's mechanisms that have been proven that they work in place. There's one called a credit clearance market, which essentially just puts a guardrail. There's also credit prices, price ceilings and floors. So there's lots of different ways. This program has been in place for over 15 years. So there's lots of different mechanisms that Hawaii will be able to use to ensure that the pricing stays within the range that it needs to be.
Okay, so if the credit and debit market plays into itself, is it going to affect gas prices for our consumers, our constituents, our community?
Yeah, so like I said, there lots of different states have done these different types of feasibility studies. Something really interesting that we see is studies that are done prior to implementation, like what Department of Transportation is working on right now, tend to come out with different results than what we see in market realities. So that feasibility study is saying that there's going to be an increase in gasoline prices. We won't know until the program happens and we see what the credit and deficit market supply and demand looks like. So in Washington State, for example, right now credit prices are fairly low. They've seen less than a 1-cent increase in both gasoline and diesel. So it's been very negligent. California has seen the same thing, about 1 cent per year of the program. So that's what they've seen. Understanding that the geography is very different here, but because it is so different, it's really hard to know, how it'll play out until it does.
Thank you, Chair.
Anything else? Nope. Okay, before we move on to the next item, we're gonna take about a 15-minute break after SB 2811, SD2, HD1, which is related to state building projects. So we're gonna take up this next measure, as well as the income tax bill and SB 2881 relating to state income tax, as well as the state building projects bill. So 4 more bills, then a 15-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. Moving on to SB 2101, SD1, HD1 relating to organic waste.
Department of Land and Natural Resources with comments?
Good. That was really nice.
So that would be so calming.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We stand with comments regarding this bill. We believe that diverting green waste and organic waste from the waste stream is a good thing, but we also are concerned with the potential for coconut rhinoceros beetle to travel with it. So we encourage that there be standards put in, best management practices that could potentially reduce the risk of invasive species coming with the green waste when it moves. I am available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Farmers Union and support on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Vice Chair, members, Hunter Heveland here on behalf of Hawaii Farmers Union. And we're in support of this measure, but we would ask the committee to consider our amendments drawn from earlier versions of the bill. As my prior testimony noted, Hawaii farmers depend on healthy soil. Organic waste diversion is one of the most direct ways the state can increase the supply of locally produced compost. Moving organic waste, as the prior testifier noted, can have biosecurity concerns as well as incur costs. Food waste, on the other hand, is mostly water, which, just ask H Power, is notoriously hard to burn. While previous versions of this bill, this session and in prior sessions, included practical steps for operationalizing diversion, currently the draft focuses on updating goals from the 90s that were wholly ignored and adding new goalposts that we won't pass until I'm in my 60s. Contrastingly, and what was the impetus for the bill's first drafting some years back, Vermont passed a universal recycling law and phased in organic and food waste diversion over 8 years, starting with the largest generators and working down to households. Critically, they exempted generators where no composting facility existed within a reasonable distance. Our written testimony includes a proposed amendment language modeled on that approach, which directs the Department of Health to establish distance and volume thresholds so that large generators divert first and nobody is required to divert where no facility exists. These distance thresholds can also create a market signal for private investment to build local compost capacity, which can reduce the cost and biosecurity concerns of moving organic wastes. We're pleased to see that the bill has progressed this far, and we would like to see ideally a little bit more operationalizing other than just goal setting so that all of our efforts don't go to waste. We're happy to answer any questions, and mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from the Department of Health, as well as 9 organizations and 31 individuals, 1 individual in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Okay, we're gonna take one item out of order because we have a Neighbor Island official who needs to catch a flight. So we're gonna move up and hear SB 2575 SD2 HD1 relating to firearms before we move on to the income tax bill. So starting up with SB 2575 SD2 HD1 relating to firearms. Sorry, that was kind of last minute, just kind of sprung that on you, but give us a sec, Okay.
Department of Law Enforcement in support. Well, let's circle back, maybe. Honolulu Police Department in support on Zoom. Not present. Maui Police Department in support. Yeah. Oh.
There it is.
Maui Police Department. In support.
I'm here for Senate Bill 2575 because she cannot be. Suzanne O gave her life for this community. She was born in America Samoa, she grew up on Oahu, and she chose to serve in the Maui Police Department. The reason we're here is this bill in its original form addresses every factor of the perpetrator that killed her. And if you can kill an officer, you can kill anyone. It goes after those that are already convicted and are prohibited persons from owning a firearm. There's a mandatory sentence for that. They already had their day in court. Our due process already attached. They already served their time. They're not eligible to have a firearm and they're not eligible to vote. It attacks the fact that if you're using hard drugs, that you have an enhanced sentence. If you have a protective order and you have a gun, which you're already forbidden from, you have an enhanced sentence. All of these things applied on this case. And we sit here and we come together and we in law enforcement are asking you to help us. This is our number one priority, not just for me as the Maui Police Department, but for all the chiefs. All the departments have testified on this. We've made this our number one ask. And as the legislative group for the state of Hawaii, and you look at the packages that have been sent out, you haven't done any, not you, but you haven't done anything that fights crime. This fights crime. It fights crime here in our communities. It goes after those that shouldn't have guns and says, no, enough. And it protects all first responders because we all know that first responders are the first to go and interact with some of these folks. My personal opinion, this is my opinion, and I know I gotta be careful what I say because there's a trial still going on. But my opinion is this: the individual that killed Officer O was about 1.5 miles from the shelter where his family was hiding, and they had just served him with the TRO just days prior. Well, why was he there? He was there to kill them. And so right now you've got a chance to do something. You have a chance to do something that, ask yourself this: has crime gotten better in Hawaii in the last 10 years or has it gotten worse? If you pass this 10 years from now, they will say, because of the Suzanne O law, crime has gotten better because of what was done in 2026 with the legislator as a result of her death. I humbly ask that you pass this today so it can go to conference committee and we can fix the bill that was slightly amended before, and we can have something powerful in her memory. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to circle back to the Department of Law Enforcement in support.
Good afternoon, I'm Jared Radula, I'm the Deputy Director for Law Enforcement. Our department is in support of this. I just want to say one thing, and that is the people who are targeted by this law are people who should never have a gun to begin with. They were told already, you can't have a gun. Last October, I received a call that no one wants to get. A call that informed me that my deputy sheriff had been shot. He'd been shot by a person involved with illegal drugs, and he was already prohibited from having a firearm. Please, for the safety of our community and safety of law enforcement officers. Please support the measure.
Thank you. And circling back to Honolulu Police Department in support on Zoom.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Todd and Vice Chair Tony Uchi, and distinguished members of the committee. Acting Major Arnold Sugusi of the Honolulu Police Department Records Division. We, the HPD, are in strong support of SB 2575 and stand by the written testimony. I just wanted to reflect back on a statement that was made by Chief Peltier back in the last hearing, where he had stated that the people that this law will affect have defied the law twice. They've willfully and knowingly defied, court orders and the current law. So we are encouraging you and humbly asking for your support in regards to this bill. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you. We have testimony from Michael Rice in opposition on Zoom. Not present. Testimony from Dennis Dunn in support on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Dennis Dunn, and I've worked with crime victims for almost 50 years now. Far too many of the victims I've worked with were victims of individuals who had already been convicted of previous crimes, shouldn't have had a firearm, but did. This measure addresses a critical and ongoing threat to public safety, the misuse and unlawful possession of firearms, individuals who intentionally use firearms to threaten or harm others, who possess firearms illegally or who combine firearms with illegal drug activity. They create an unacceptable risk to our communities. These behaviors endanger not only intended victims, but also families, bystanders, and as previously mentioned, first responders. Equally concerning are individuals who possess firearms while subject to a court-issued restraining order or protective order. Such circumstances present an immediate and well-documented danger to the person protected by the order, as well as to their family members, friends, and coworkers. Strong criminal sanctions in these situations are both appropriate and necessary to uphold the authority of our courts and to prevent tragic outcomes before they occur. This measure appropriately recognizes these categories of conduct warrant enhanced penalties under criminal law. I fully support the legislature's intent to deter dangerous behavior, hold offenders accountable, and prioritize community safety. In summary, I strongly support this measure, and I believe that it ensures that penalties are targeted, proportional, and effective in reducing firearm-related harm across our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in opposition from the Office of the Public Defender, 1 organization, and 4 individuals. Testimony in support from the Maui County Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, the Department of the Prosecuting Attorney for the City and County of Honolulu, Mayor Alameda from the County of Hawaii, the Hawaii Police Department, the County of Hawaii Office of the Prosecuting Attorney, 1 other organization, and 20 individuals. Also 1 individual providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Hello, my name is Melissa Pavlicek. I'm here today on behalf of the State of Hawaii Organization of Police Officers. The 2,700 police officers who are members of SHOPO strongly support this measure, and I just wanted to underscore the provision in the statement in our testimony that said we would like to see this bill strengthened. It is very important for us to keep moving forward with this bill. Thank you for hearing it.
Thank you. And is there somebody else who wanted to testify in the room? Okay. Anybody else on Zoom wishing to testify?
Members, questions? Go ahead.
Thanks for being here. Help walk or provide some color. You know, I've had family members who have been officers. We had an officer involved shooting, Officer Kalitoa, who there was an individual who was under the influence and trying to provide some color for this community on what that walking that out every day looks like for the men and women.
So, thank you so much. For
police officers, for firefighters, I know, Chair, you come from a first responder family, it's not lost on me. We go to calls when nobody else can, and you go to these calls, and every call is a firearm call, because we have one and people can try to take it, but when you go to these particular calls and we're dealing with bad guys and bad guys with gun, let me just, in context, Maui County alone last year, 491 guns were seized. Maui County alone. When we have these situations and you go to the way the law is right now is a judge can give the offender after conviction up to 10 years. That's it, up to 10 years after they're already convicted. It's not a deterrent because you might get 2 years probation, time served, how this works. You get parole, you get out. There's no teeth to what this is. And we look at this and with what you mentioned, these families of not just law enforcement, but everybody where there's violence that somebody used a firearm and they're a prohibited person, you don't get those people back. Suzanne's family never gets her back. The department doesn't get them back. The other agencies, they don't get these folks back. So you don't have that. We're about to have, and I believe that the Supreme Court is about to take the prohibited persons city and county, the law that was passed, knowing what they did with the Bruin decision, you're about to have all of that gone. And the Supreme Court, my opinion, is probably going to say, state of Hawaii, you will. Remember, there was 6 states named in the Bruin decision. We were one of them. And so what that's going to mean is CCWs are going to be allowed everywhere. But what's the argument? We don't want bad people to have guns. This does that. And so the federal law right now is 15 years is the max sentence with some things that apply. And so the argument I would mention is I've heard for a minute now that we don't want the feds coming in here telling us what to do. But if we don't do this, you force us as law enforcement to have to go. See, think about this. You're forcing us as law enforcement to go to the feds, to go after bad guys because we are failing to have the ability to do it here. This would help exponentially. And so we've got a really great option here that we won't have to do that because it'll send a message that people from the other 49 states, you don't want to go to Hawaii because they're tough on gun crime. And if you're an ex-felon committing that crime, they're gonna hammer you. That's what we want. Does that answer your question?
No, absolutely. Like I said, we've had that experience on Hawaii Island. I think Hawaii Island is big. A lot of people, again, hunters, they have their guns and we have to walk that line. But this law really does target bad people doing bad things and making sure they don't have an opportunity to have a firearm.
It was written specifically for that. When we crafted this, it was how do we really go after bad people with guns that shouldn't have it? It doesn't target anybody else. There's nothing else in here except for folks that shouldn't have it. We're not, if there's no collateral of how do we catch some folks in. I testified on the JHA and I said, because I was asked, well, what would you change? I said, you could add with a prescription on some of the, if it really makes people feel better, so that way there's not a thought of, hey, on a Schedule 3, if somebody's got ADHD and there's some Adderall. Oh, fine. But none of us, the police departments, are upset if you add that little phrase. Because we're talking about meth and cocaine. You can't have that with a gun. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, happy.
So I have a technical question.
Yes.
I've been rereading the bill over and over, and I'm still a little confused. So I'm hoping you can provide me some clarity because you mentioned drafting the bill. On pages 2 to 3 of the proposed bill, it currently reads like this. I'm just going to read it out loud, and if you can just explain it to me. So subsection J, any person violating subsection 1, subsection F shall be guilty of a Class C felony, semicolon, provided that if the person restrained is the registered owner of a firearm and knows the location of the firearm, or refuse to surrender the firearm or disclose the location of the firearm, the person restrained shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. So I'm confused because in the beginning it says shall be guilty of a Class C felony, but it ends with shall be guilty of a misdemeanor.
I believe
So
that
can
they
you
were,
explain?
I believe they were quoting the law the way the law reads right now. I think if we're talking about the prohibited persons and the TROs.
I'm not sure.
So the
that's
way
why
I
I'm
understand,
asking.
the way I understand it is they were referring to the way the law is now, because the way I understand it, and I don't have it in front of me, but I'm going with what you're saying. The way I understand it is if you're a prohibited person and you have the TRO given to you, right? So a judge gives you the court order, here you go. We're saying it was, we were asking that it be a felony instead of a misdemeanor, but if you, hey, I don't know where my gun is. I got served the TRO, but I don't know where my gun is. But you do know where your gun is. It's a felony. And I believe what we were quoting was the way that the law currently reads is right now it's a misdemeanor and the goal was to make it a felony. And that's the intent. And so if it's not clearly in there, that's the beauty of going to committee and conferencing this thing out, making it perfect. And if it's not there, we'll make it there.
Okay, and then I have another question, Chair. And then on pages 4 and 5, it talks about, you know, if they are intoxicated when they're, I guess, when they're in violation of it. So I just want to make sure I understand it. So you will not know until after the fact, right? After they have been found to possess a firearm, that they would be under the influence of a controlled substance. So that's in addition to.
So for instance, there's you could be intoxicated alcohol, you could be intoxicated from narcotics, there's different things like that. Depending on how the scenario plays out, you do a blood draw, if you have probable cause, you get the warrant, you come back, or there's admissions, because sometimes people say, oh, I was firing, and I'm not making this up, and I don't mean, it's not ill humor, but sometimes people will be like, oh, well, I'm high on meth, and so then, oh, now you have an actor admission forbidden by law, right? So you have an admission, so now you can use that depending on how you need to. You still probably get your warrant, then you get your blood draw, then you get that back, but that's, the person then goes to court, and then there's the due process, and so the defendant will have all the information from all that, and they'll be able to say, they're gonna know what's in their system and what's not in their system, so of course they're gonna have that, but that would be the ability for you to then charge and have that enhancement. Because you just think about here on Hawaii, meth is a huge problem, I'm telling you, you all know that. And so once you make the arrest on that individual, if you have probable cause to get the warrant to serve on the individual to get their blood, there's gonna be a reason why you're gonna do that. It could, whether it's their eyes, their gait, all these things.
And would that individual have to also have a TRO, a restraining order against them, or this is just in general?
It's so there's the three factors, if I may. You had the ex-felon prohibited person, you've got the increased penalty for the narcotics, and then you've got the fact that they're served with the TRO. Any one of those would have an enhancement. The largest enhancement, of course, being the ex-felon with the gun already being prohibited.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you for your time. Are there
Thank
any
you so much.
additional questions? So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna take one more out of order, because I see Director Regan right here, and I imagine our income tax conversation is gonna go a little long. So we're gonna move to SB 2811, SD2 HD1 relating to state building projects.
Department of Accounting and General Services in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members, we stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Housing Authority in support. HCDA in support. Not present. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining, or that's all the testimony we received in this measure. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Okay, if not, we have 2 items left, and then we'll take a 15-minute break. We're on SB 3125 SD1 relating to income tax.
Okay, Office of the Governor with comments.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Will Kane, Office of the Governor. I'll stand on a written testimony. I just want to provide that, you know, as you well know, the purpose of this bill, this measure is to bring revenue back to the treasury, especially because of the impacts of what's happening at the federal level and the increased cost that the state is now bearing for multiple programs. And so the SD1, while well-intentioned, I think doesn't quite reach where we need to get to. And so with, taxpayers through 2026 receiving over 70% of the planned income tax, reductions which is the largest in the history of the state. I think we still need to take a harder look at this and think about where we're going to be at in the next few years. Mahalo, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Department of Budget and Finance with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. I just wanted to highlight where we are with the financial plan and how this all weaves together. So if in the financial plan that the governor presented, we did have this original pause in the tax credit. By fiscal year 29, 2030, it was bringing in $600 million, about $600 million in revenue, right? And we were spending more than we were taking in. We were going to meet that by using our carryover balance. And then once the income tax pause really took effect, then that was going to balance our budget, and our fiscal plan was going to be stable. When there's only, I will defer to the Department of Taxation on their exact revenue estimate for this particular bill, but it is far from the 650 million that we need on a long-term basis to balance our financial plan, right? So as you guys are considering different alternatives, we're happy to work with you, but our concern is that we need to balance the financial plan, and that is why we need some kind of revenue enhancement. If we do not have that, then we're talking about we need to balance the financial plan with operation reductions in costs, which would be very painful. Thank you.
Thank you. We have DBED with comments. Not present. Hawaii State Energy Office with comments.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, we stand on our written testimony providing comments on part 2, and our comments are limited to part 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Chamber of Commerce Hawaii in opposition.
Aloha, the chamber stands on its written testimony in opposition. Thank you.
Oh, apologies. Department of Taxation with comments.
Kristen Sakamoto, Deputy Director of Taxation. We stand on our written comments and just wanted to note that this version of the bill does not create the same amount of revenue. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nicole Wu again. We support this bill. I'm testifying only on part 1 of the bill. As we've all heard before, Act 46 from 2024, when fully implemented, would reduce state revenues by over $1.4 billion a year. And it's tilted towards the top. The top 1% would be receiving over $12,000 a year in tax cuts. So this bill takes a small step towards pausing some of those future tax cuts. Hawaii Appleseed recently got an analysis from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy looking at this bill. Their estimate is that by 2031, this bill would recoup about $51 million a year in revenue. So that's less than 4% of the $1.4 billion. That's in Act 46 from 2024. So reflecting some of the prior testimony, it's not filling the hole that you're probably going to need to fill. However, this bill does preserve all the tax cuts for people in the bottom 80% of the income scale, it asks people in the top tax brackets making over $350,000 for couples to not take all of their future tax cuts, although they would still be getting about half of what they were expecting. This bill also improves the Child Independent Care Tax Credit, which is an important way to help families afford to live here by helping them with their childcare expenses, and it extends some improvements that you and the governor passed in 2023 to other working family tax credits, specifically the earned income tax credit and the food excise tax credit. You know, with our affordability issues here, it's really important to make sure that those tax credit improvements continue. So this bill also moves the sunset ahead. So as I said, we support this bill. We do not comment on part 2, however. Thank you.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. Rather than tearing up the promises that were made to the electorate in 2024, we would like to see the budget balanced by repurposing idle funds as proposed in Senate Bill 2921 and similar legislation. And if the decision is made to pause the tax cuts, then let's be honest. Pause them means you stop them for a while and then bring them back. So what you would do is amend the effective date of those cuts to maybe like 3 years down the road or 4 years down the road, as opposed to repealing them outright as the bills do. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We have Catholic Charities Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Thank you. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We support this bill. We know that we just don't have the funds to continue the tax cuts that were passed. It's too big a burden, and we're very concerned about, of course, the federal cuts for SNAP, Medicaid, and those programs that will affect thousands of our residents. We really appreciate that the legislature is looking at being proactive, finding ways to maintain these critical supports for so many of our residents. But that takes revenues. And so how is that going to be delivered? We really urge you to take a bold approach to find the revenues and to create a system that's stable and creates fiscal health, not just for the next year, but for the next 5 years or whatever it needs until we can really get a handle on what's going to be happening nationally as well as on our state level for our finances. So we appreciate your accepting our testimony, and we ask for a bold approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jenna Siegel with the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, and we stand on our written testimony providing comments on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Renewable Fuels Coalition in opposition.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nahalani Parsons on behalf of the Hawaii Renewable Fuels Coalition in opposition to this measure, specifically to Part 2, Section 7, which repeals the Renewable Fuel Production Tax Credit. This credit is one of the only tools we have to support local production, and we are all experiencing the expensive reality of being 100% reliant on global oil prices today. This credit helps incentivize our local industry to produce renewable fuels. We ask that the legislature work to strengthen this credit versus repealing it. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Hawaii Appleseed Center for Law and Economic Justice and support on Zoom.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Devin Thomas, speaking on behalf of Hawaii Appleseed in support of Part 1 of this bill. And I just want to stand on our written testimony, but also add that we do prefer the language contained in HB 2306, which was previously passed by this committee. And we believe that that will be a much better way of raising the revenue the state needs to plug all the holes that will be caused by incoming federal spending cuts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charter Communications in opposition.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Rebecca Lieberman here on behalf of Charter Communications. Charter respectfully opposes this measure unless amended to reinstate the capital goods excise tax credit, which is Section 5. The capital goods excise tax credit has been an important tool for fostering economic growth, infrastructure investment, and job creation across multiple industries in Hawaii. It helps offset the high cost of investing in critical infrastructure, including broadband networks for us, and mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Indivisible Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of committee. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Young Hee Lee, and I am representing Indivisible Hawaii. We are in support of this measure, and we ask that you use the language from HB 2306 HD1 because HB 2306 will generate so much more revenue that we desperately need. And the details are provided in Hawaii Public Health Institute's testimony. I think we have to do everything. We have to raise tax revenue. We also have to tighten the belt. I don't think it's one or the other because as you all know, as a reminder, we received $3 billion federal funding cut, and we also have disaster recovery to worry about as well. So thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Grassroots Institute of Hawaii with comments.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Kafalis with Grassroots Institute. We have comments on SB 3125 SD1. So we appreciate the significant amount of work that's gone into this, as well as the companion bill throughout the legislative session. That being said, we do prefer the Senate version opposed to the version that was passed by the committee, HB 2306, back in March. While we would still prefer to keep, the full 100% of the Act 46 tax cuts, we recognize that this is a meaningful compromise that at least keeps the cuts for the lower and middle class folks. So we hope you keep much of this bill unamended, as rolling back those promised tax cuts sends, I think, the wrong message and could potentially hurt our economy even more. I think a lot of people have framed this as either we eliminate the income tax cuts or get rid of essential services, but there are ways to avoid doing both. Mr. Yamachika actually mentioned it in his testimony as well, but you'll be considering SB 2921 later today on the agenda, which would clean up some of the special funds that the state auditor has flagged for years. Of course, there's going to be various agencies that claim that they need that money, but if you look at the auditor's report, it's 20-08, it found more than $483 million in excess monies that may be available to be transferred from 57 special and revolving funds to the general fund, and quote, without adversely affecting programs. So the money is there if you all look hard enough, but and I just want to leave with this. Ultimately, families across Hawaii have had to tighten their belts during inflation, and so we think that the government needs to do the same in this situation. So mahalo for your consideration and leadership on this.
Thank you. That is everybody who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony. Testimony in support from 4 organizations and 20 individuals. Testimony in opposition from 5 organizations and 1 individual, and comments from 1 other organization. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Excuse me? Oh, please state your name for the record before you begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Wong. I'm here on behalf of Hawaii Solar Energy Association. We did submit written testimony rather late, but I think it's in the system, so I hope you take a look at it. So I am here in opposition of Part 2 of the bill, which would sunset the renewable tax credit in 2029. We feel that the renewable tax credit actually has been a very good investment for the state of Hawaii. It's really helped the state in reaching its goal to be 100% renewable in 2045. And I think to actually meet that goal, we need to continue. I think in light of this current global crisis that we're having, we're seeing how being dependent on fossil fuels is very dangerous and can be very expensive. So I'm here for questions if you have anything. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room?
Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, Chris Delaney with Sanhai Government Strategies here on behalf of Park Hotels and Resorts. Park is opposed to the proposal of this bill to repeal the capital goods excise tax credit in Part 2 of the bill. Park is a publicly traded lodging real estate investment trust with a diverse portfolio of hotels and resorts, including the Hilton Hawaiian Village in Waikiki, as well as a Hilton Waikoloa Village and the Kohala Coast of the Big Island. So doing business in Hawaii is incredibly expensive and challenging for many reasons, including the compound nature of general excise taxes. The existence of the capital goods excise tax credit helps to relieve the impact of the general excise tax and provides a relief and incentive for businesses like Park to continue to invest in the state. This in turn will continue to bring revenue into the state and counties in the form of general excise taxes, transit accommodation taxes, and property tax. It also supports the many jobs created by Parks Resorts in the tourism and construction industries. In these uncertain times, we don't believe that it's a good time to discourage future investment in the state by eliminating the capital goods excise tax. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nate Hicks with Hawaii Public Health Institute in support with this measure, asking for amendments as well. Affordability is the issue that we're always facing. It's always in the headlines. We're always discussing it regardless of the bill. 45% of our households are ALICE or below. And so this is not a problem that's getting better, it's getting worse. And we need to do everything we can to help improve the lifestyle of our families. They're leaving en masse. $1.4 billion is the tax cut from Act 46. The HB 2306 is a great start to get back about 620 million of that, but we need to do more. Every dollar we're giving to tax cuts to the rich is not being spent on making Hawaii more affordable, whether it's paid family and medical leave, more affordable housing, universal childcare, right? These things are absolutely necessary. Otherwise, in a few years, it's going to be 50% ALICE, 60% ALICE, 70% ALICE. When is it going to be enough for us to say enough is enough? Let's actually take this money and invest in a more affordable Hawaii. So please reverse the tax cuts and make sure Hawaii is affordable for us all. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom wishing to testify?
Okay, if not, members, questions? Seeing none, we're gonna hear one more item and then we'll take a 15-minute break. Apologies in advance if that doesn't work super well with your plans, but you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. Okay, moving on to SB 2881, SD1, related to state income tax.
Department of Taxation with comments.
Department will stand on its written comments.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We think this can be easily accomplished within the existing statutory framework instead of enacting new sections. And we have suggested language in our testimony, so we hope you'll consider it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is all the testimony we received on this measure. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions? If not, we're gonna recess. We'll reconvene at 5:25. Recess. Aloha, everyone. We're reconvening our 2 p.m. agenda. We're moving on to SB 3332, SD1, HD1 relating to state-funded travel.
Okay, Department of Education with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Brian Hallett, Assistant Superintendent of Fiscal Services on behalf of DOE. Department stands on some written testimony with comments. To suggest one thing though, that this is an effort for efficiencies, perhaps limiting this to just out-of-state travel, the more significant travel rather than same-day neighbor island travel. It's a lot of paperwork for us, and we do not yet have an electronic system that we can easily compile these reports. So that would be helpful for us. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony providing comments from the Hawaii State Public Library System, the State Procurement Office, and support from one organization. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Oh, great. Okay, moving on to SB 2109, SD2, HD1 relating to emergency preparedness communications.
Okay, Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities and support. On Zoom.
All right, we stand on testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. The Disability and Communication Access Board and support. Not present. Hawaii Food Industry Association in support on Zoom.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Alexis Chapman for HFIA. We stand on our testimony and support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Legal Clinic in support. Not present. Hawaii Coalition for Immigrant Rights and support on Zoom. Okay, Liza. Okay, maybe we lost them. Okay, additional testimony in support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency, 5 organizations and 7 individuals, as well as comments from Mayor Alameda from the County of Maui. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Seeing none, SB 3234, SD2, HD1 relating to traffic safety.
Okay, Department of Transportation in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Melissa with Department of Transportation. We stand on our testimony and support.
Thank you. Department of Education in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Megan Omura from the Department of Education. We stand on our written testimony in support of this measure.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Appleseed Center for Law and Economic Justice in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Abby Seitz. I'm testifying on behalf of Appleseed in support of this measure. With over 100 road rage fatalities each year and hundreds more of serious injuries, we obviously have a clear public health crisis, and we believe an obligation to make our roads safer. However, we do have suggested amendments included in our testimony, mainly to remove the Safe Routes to School Special Fund as one of the funding sources for this bill, mainly due to the limited revenue of this funding source and the confusion that it could pose as the Safe Routes to School Committee has a process to prioritize projects for this funding. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom. Not present. Ulupono Initiative with comments.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Mariah Yoshizo on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. We stand on our testimony with comments, and specifically our comments concern the use of the Safe Routes to School Special Fund in this bill. We support the intent of this measure to fund pedestrian safety projects across the state, but believe other funding mechanisms such as the General Fund or the State Highway Fund to be more prudent for this. There are over $12 million in recommendations currently to the Hawaii Department of Transportation that have been community-led and community-driven. Our testimony highlights these projects that have been proposed and put forward through this process, reflecting the original intent of Act 212 of 2023. If we start to redirect these funds from the Safe Routes to School Special Fund as proposed, there is a risk of having to cancel these projects that have already gone through this community-driven process. So mahalo for the opportunity for providing comments.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony and support from one organization and 3 individuals, and 1 other individual providing comments. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? If not, SB 2470, SD2, HD1 relating to transportation.
Department of Health with comments.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Justin Lee with the Department of Health. We stand on our written testimony and comments. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Appleseed Center for Law and Economic Justice and Support.
Aloha again. Abby Seitz testifying on behalf of Hawaii Appleseed in strong support of this measure. We've also included a number of suggested amendments, mainly to revert back to some of the original language of the bill, which we believe to be stronger and more effective. So just for a little bit of background, leading pedestrian intervals, also known as LPIs for short, essentially allow pedestrians a few extra seconds to start crossing the street before vehicles are given the green light to turn. And doing this makes it easier for everyone, the drivers to see the pedestrians and for the pedestrians to cross the street. Because of how effective they are and their low cost, these changes have been a critical component of how many cities have reduced collisions. For example, as cited in my testimony, in places like Seattle, where they've implemented these amenities, there's been a 34% reduction in pedestrian injuries and fatalities. We also believe it's crucial to pair with accessible pedestrian signals, which allow for audible and vibration cues for low vision and blind pedestrians. In summary, we think, in the wake of rising pedestrian fatalities, with 2025 being one of the most dangerous years in almost 2 decades in our state, it's critical for us to improve not only the safety, but also the accessibility of our intersections. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Association of the Blind in support. Not present. Hawaii Public Health Institute in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Disability Rights Center in support on Zoom.
Yes, yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lou Wojcicki, Director of the Center. We stand in strong support. We've been working with Abby and her organization all session, and I really appreciate how receptive the legislature has been so far, and we hope that the Finance Committee will continue that. We, especially the accessible signals for people that are blind, this will enable them to really integrate much more into the community. It's obviously very difficult to cross an intersection when you can't see or you can't hear, and so I think for most of us, we don't fully appreciate the difficulties that these people face. So we really thank you for your consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us. Additional testimony in support from the Disability and Communication Access Board, Councilmember Bulasan from the Kauai County Council, 4 organizations and 6 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Oh.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Maneuvering here. Oh, you need to share, yeah. I sure do. I thought you were bringing
Fighting over the chair.
Okay.
Great. Just state your name before you begin, and then you can proceed.
Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name's Howard Lesser. I'm the chair of the Advocacy Committee for the Hawaii Association of the Blind. To summarize, we are in strong support of this bill. Installing accessible pedestrian signals, or APS, will help to prevent pedestrian fatalities, which have increased last year from the previous year. People who are blind are trained to use white canes, but HAB members have reported being struck by cars crossing at intersections with no APS. APS can also help people with developmental disabilities, intellectual disabilities, mobility impairments like myself, and the elderly. I guess I qualify for that too. HAB members want to provide community input when APS are installed. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 2470, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1. Thank you.
Thank you, and apologies, I inadvertently skipped over calling your name. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom wishing to testify?
Members, questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to SB 3156, SD1HD1 relating to federal military installations.
Department of Transportation in support.
Department of Transportation stands in strong support of this measure. We appreciate you hearing Bill. Answer any questions.
Thank you. Part of DBED, Military and Community Relations Office in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Zoe Welks from the Military and Community Relations Office. We stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. As everyone who indicated they'd be joining us, additional testimony and support from the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency and 2 organizations. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No. SB 2146, SD1HD2 relating to traffic infractions.
Okay, Fines and Fees Justice Center in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair, members. My name is Sarah Couture, and I'm a regional director for the Fines and Fees Justice Center. We're a nonprofit focused on fine and fee reforms in the criminal justice system. I submitted written testimony in support of SB 2146, and I stand by those comments. And while I support SB 2146, I did offer 3 amendments for your consideration that I wanted to highlight. One would be to expand the purview of the task force to include them studying ability to pay systems that are already in place in the United States. This would address several concerns that several of your colleagues raised in past committee hearings about only looking at the Finnish model that is currently in the bill. A second amendment would be to expand it again to add fees. Right now, it would just look at fines, and you don't see fines without fees. And the third amendment that I offered would be to add a member from the community so that community voices are included on this task force. That's something that is really important to understand how these fines and fees impact the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hawaii Appleseed Center for Law and Economic Justice in support. Not present. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from 1 organization and 1 individual, and 2 individuals in opposition. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Seeing none, SB 3157, HD1 relating to transportation.
Department of Transportation in support on Zoom.
Afternoon, Chair, committee members. The department stands on our testimony in support.
Thank you. Also, testimony in opposition from 1 individual. That's all the written testimony we've received. Anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? SB 3152, SD2 HD1 relating to commercial port administration.
Department of Transportation in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, Drake Leary, Deputy Director for DOT. We stand on our written testimony and very strong support. Thank you. Available for questions.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us. Additional testimony with comments from the Department of Land and Natural Resources, DOBOR, support from the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency, and 3 organizations. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No. SB 3215 HD1 relating to harbor safety. We're gonna skip ahead. No, we're good.
Oh, I think there is
No
no
testimony.
testimony. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna move on
No
to the next
testimony.
item. We got SB 3082 SD1 HD1 relating to military families.
Department of Labor and Industrial Relations and support. Not present.
Hello, Chair.
Hi, Director. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello, Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Jake Butai, Director of the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. I must say, impressive work for the committee today. It's been a long hearing, but you handled it like pros who clearly trained for the Hapalua Half Marathon this Sunday. So we stand on our testimony and support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. DBED Military and Community Relations Office in support.
Macro stands on its written testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the written testimony we've received. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. SB 2433 SD1 HD1 relating to condominiums.
Okay, DCCA Hawaii Real Estate Commission in support. Not present. AARP Hawaii in support. Not present. Gregory Misakian in support on Zoom. Not present. Okay, members, that's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from 2 organizations and 4 individuals, and 1 organization providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members? No one. Moving on to SB 3255 SD1 HD1 relating to currency.
Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, Office of Consumer Protection with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Emma Olson for the Office of Consumer Protection will stand on our written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Restaurant Association in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Food Industry Association in support on Zoom.
Good evening again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Alexis Chapman for HFIA. We stand on our testimony in strong support of this. This is a top priority. A number of stores have already run out of pennies, and we're expecting more to continuously. So we really need this passed to allow the rounding. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Retail Merchants of Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Dave Erdman with Retail Merchants of Hawaii. We stand in strong support for this measure. We have written testimony we have provided along with comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hawaii Bankers Association with comments on Zoom. Not present. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from 4 organizations, 1 individual in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No. If not, we already heard SB 2575 relating to firearms. Moving on to SB 2530 SD2 HD1 relating to campaign contributions.
Okay, Campaign Spending Commission in support on Zoom. Oh, in person.
Christy Chang from the Campaign Spending Commission stand on our written testimony and support, providing some comments available for questions. Thank you.
Are Hawaii in opposition? Not present. Aria Julia Castillo in opposition on Zoom.
Aloha, Aria Juliet Castillo.
I'm a registered lobbyist for Hawaii Alliance for Progressive Action. My work, compensation, and the issues I advocate on are all publicly disclosed to the State Ethics Commission. As a lobbyist, I'm prohibited from contributing to lawmakers' campaigns during session for a reason. When you have business before decision makers, you shouldn't be giving them money. This principle is simple. Those seeking to influence government decisions should not financially support the officials making them. The same principle applies here. In 2005, Hawaii passed landmark law to prevent pay-to-play by prohibiting contractors from making political donations. But a loophole allowed executives and their family members to keep giving, and that loophole has shaped our system ever since. Today, roughly 20% of all campaign contributions come from individuals affiliated with government contractors, and because of the gaps in reporting, the real number is almost certainly higher. In 2024, the reporting by the New York Times and Civil Beat documented how contributions cluster around decision makers before contracts are awarded, directed to state and county officials who approve funding, prioritize projects, and grant zoning changes and permits. The Hawaii Campaign Spending Commission has called for this loophole to be closed. The public has called for an end to corruption in our government. SB 2530 was originally designed to do exactly that. Many of the testimonies submitted in support describe a bill that applies to all contractors, including county and across all branches of government. That is not the bill before you today. This is why so many have submitted testimony in opposition unless amended. The current version restricts contributions only within the same branch executing the contract, effectively eliminating state lawmakers and county officials entirely. This is not reform. This is another loophole. The committee has an incredible opportunity here, not just to close a loophole, but to lead by example. By removing the same branch limitation and extending the restriction to all contractors, including counties and across all branches of government, you can show Hawaii what genuine reform looks like and that you're serious about curbing pay-to-play politics. The people of Hawaii are ready to support this kind of leadership. I respectfully urge you to give them a reason and send SB 2530 forward as bold, complete reform it was always meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory Misakian in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I apologize. I missed my testimony a moment ago on the condominium bill. So, I waited all day for that. But I'm here now for this bill. And this just goes to show you why the legislative session is very difficult. And again, my name is Greg Misakian. I'm here as an individual today, but I serve as the president of the Kokua Council and also the vice president of the Hawaii Alliance for Retired Americans. And both of those organizations are Kapuna focused. And, you know, I do support and advocate for Kapuna throughout the islands. This just is an example of how mistakes can be made also, even in testimony. I was up very late last night working on numerous testimony for today's hearings. And I actually put in a support for this without really realizing and reading carefully through some amendments or changes that were made, and realizing that this bill as written is not a good bill. And what I did do earlier today is my homework when I came home. I was actually at the state capitol earlier, but to just wrap this up, I realized that the bill is improper. And I fully support what the League of Women Voters said in their testimony, and I fully support with what the Hawaii Alliance for Progressive Action has just stated in their testimony, where it was just given by the previous person testifying. So I ask that you either amend or properly put this bill forward. I do have a seat at the table for the Good Government Caucus also. I'm a participating member, and we meet on a regular basis, and I'm very concerned with what's going on within the state legislature. But just as a final comment, I would ask that for the future, this legislative session is just too fast. I don't get much sleep. I'm sure you don't either. It needs to be lengthened so that we can all get together in the room and talk about bills, and they should be coordinated by topics much more so than lump everything in together, so people that are specialists and understand these bills can come together properly. So we need more time to do this. This is just wrong. This is where mistakes happen even with our legislators, where they just go and vote for something that is actually improper. So with that said, I oppose this bill as written, and I fully support the League of Women Voters and HAPA and what they've said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Circling back to our Hawaii in opposition.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. stand on our written testimony, except maybe some of the typos in it. But yeah, just want to emphasize the previous testifiers, and also note that our Hawaii Alliance for Progressive Action, League of Women Voters, we're a part of a coalition called the Clean Elections Coalition. Has over 50 organizations who have been pushing for publicly financed elections, as well as closing pay-to-play loopholes, such as the original intention for this bill. And our leadership is pretty united that the bill currently as it stands and as it's amended does not represent the kind of reforms that we think are necessary. The original intention was to close a loophole. Right now, it shifts the aperture. That loophole still would remain open, and so we really hope that you will amend so that it can move forward confidently to conference with a strong statement. We understand that there may be tweaks after that, but we'd rather go in on a strong foot than limping. So please hold yourselves accountable by including the legislature as well as the counties where a lot of our contracting occurs. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us today. Additional testimony in support from 1 organization and 24 individuals, 4 organizations and 46 individuals in opposition, and an additional 4 individuals providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, I would like to testify, please.
Please just state your name for the record before you begin.
Thank you. My name is Tina Holt, Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm a resident of Hilo, and today I'm testifying in my personal capacity in opposition to SB 2530. The pay-to-play corruption is real, it's documented, and people across the country talk about the levels of corruption that are happening here in Hawaii. This bill, as it started, had so much promise. It was going to make meaningful change, but unfortunately, the version before you today is not a bill that will fix any problem. In 2005, Hawaii passed a law prohibiting contractors from making political donations, but a loophole allowed executives and their family members to keep giving, and that loophole has shaped and warped our system ever since. This bill was designed to close it, but it was gutted. The current version limits the contribution prohibition to the same branch of government executing the contract, which means that state lawmakers and county officials are effectively excluded from this regulation. And that's exactly why the current bill in front of you falls apart. The most important decisions happen before a contract is ever signed. When funding gets approved, when projects get prioritized, when permits and zoning get decided, that's when money moves. And that is when contributions cluster around decision makers. For example, we just had a call to, or like a bid opening for a proposed hotel by the Hilo airport, and I'm very curious to see what the money looks like and who ends up getting that bid, which I wouldn't even need to worry about if these loopholes were closed. We really need you guys to hold yourselves accountable, hold everybody accountable, and end this pay-to-play nonsense that's plaguing our legislature and our democracy. So please move this bill forward with its original intent in mind, and if you are unable to do that, kill it right now, because it doesn't do anything as it stands. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Members, questions on this item? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next item on the agenda, SB 2688, SB 1HD1 relating to compassionate release.
Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation in opposition.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chairman of the committee, I'm Tommy Johnson, the Director of the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. In the interest of time, we all been in for hours, so they've been about, I just got here. I'll just summarize my testimony. There are 4 areas of the bill we disagree with, but I want you to make it clear, first of all, that the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation is not against compassionate release. We do believe in the appropriate circumstances that it should take place. However,
We do not believe that people serving life without the possibility of parole and those serving any portion of an unexpired court-ordered mandatory minimum term should be considered. We also believe that the appropriation that was in the Senate Draft 1 version of this measure should be included as it relates to an appropriation. We would need 2 positions to do this bill if it's passed. I want to make it clear, even though we oppose those 2 categories of inmates, we will comply with the law, whatever the legislature passes, and we will do our best to implement it. And that's all I have. Subject to your questions later on.
Thank you. Department of the Attorney General with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lisa Tamora, I'm Deputy Attorney General. We have comments. I just want to clarify that there seems to be an impression that there is no compassionate release program. There has been one for at least since 1991. So the Department of what was then called the Department of Public Safety and the Hawaii Parole Authority have been administering that program. It was not codified, hasn't been codified in statute, but it has been working. The difficulty, as you will hear from the Department of Corrections and Hawaii Parole Authority, is that unfortunately, hospitals and nursing homes and those who provide medical services do not want to provide them to inmates who are being released. That is what is holding up inmates from being released. The Department, Hawaii Parole Authority, they're not going to release these people to the streets. They have to release them to a provider of medical services. If those providers are not there, I guess the best alternative is then for them to be provided medical services by the department. We have comments. We think that the language of the bills could be clarified a bit and specified in order to provide guidance to the department and to the Hawaii Parole Authority as to the people that should be considered. We also ask that the Hawaii Parole Authority be granted the discretion, more of a discretion to, determine whether certain inmates may be released, because under the language of the bill, that discretion is very limited. I will be available for any questions you have.
Thank you. Hawaii Paroling Authority in opposition.
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Gene DeMello Jr., I'm the Parole Board Chairman. We stand in opposition to the bill solely on the point of the inmates that have unserved mandatory minimum terms and the life without parole cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Kristen Johnson and I'm the Oversight Coordinator with the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission. We oversee all of the jails and prisons in the state and have the unique opportunity to be able to enter any area of the jails and prisons that we need to. We go into the infirmary often, especially at Halava, and that is where we see an incredible amount of suffering. These people are elderly, these people are very sick, and these people are frankly costing the state an incredible amount of money. One thing that people don't always think about is that when you're incarcerated, you don't have insurance, and so the state is paying dollar for dollar for all medical needs, all prescriptions, everything that these individuals have to have. If they're able to be paroled into the community through compassionate release, then the federal government would step in and pay the vast majority of these people's medical expenses. The other piece that I want to mention is that even though there are some programs where if somebody is admitted to a hospital for 24 hours or more, the federal government will step in, which is great. That still doesn't account for the cost of the corrections staff that need to be with those individuals at the hospital 24/7. That's staff resources that the department needs. That's staff resources that even taking away 1 or 2 corrections staff from a correctional facility could literally make or break whether somebody gets out of their cell for an entire shift. So this is a a bill that's very important to the commission. And although I understand that there is a compassionate release program that is, moving along, and we support that, of course, we are the only state in the nation that does not have our compassionate release embedded in mandate. We're the only state. So that's why it's really important that we have an embedded mandate, that we have something official that director to director couldn't change. And so we stand in strong support of this and really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Disability Rights Center with support on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lou Rorschach, Director of the Center. We've been advocating for this issue for a long time. And yes, as the department says, there is technically a process in place, but it's very ad hoc. I mean, we've had a couple of cases, Attorney Bob Mercer's had a couple of cases, but this would really formalize the process. So I think there's clearly a lot of benefit to that. Obviously, from a humane point of view, it makes some sense, but from an economic point of view, it makes even more sense. As Kristen was saying, I mean, you're the finance committee, and so even if you're just crunching the numbers, these guys are the most expensive prisoners you're ever going to find anywhere. And what happens is that if you're incarcerated, you can't draw down Medicaid. So you're paying 100% state dollars for the most expensive care you can possibly buy. If they're in a community, they can be on Medicaid. The federal government is going to pick up half. Now, obviously, nobody should be released if they're dangerous, no matter what the cost. But the truth is, most of these people are old, infirm. They're pretty harmless people. I do agree with what was said, and we've often noted that the other side of that equation is that community placements are a real problem because a lot of community care homes don't want to take the prisoners. For the same amount of money that they get paid, they can take some old person who's just going to sit there and watch television and not really cause a fuss. And whereas they have a stigma that if somebody was in jail, that they don't want them in their home. So developing community placements, we're creating incentives for people in the community to take these former prisoners is a real key to solving this whole piece of the puzzle as well. But we're glad the bill has come this far, and we really hope that this committee will advance it further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have testimony from FAMM in support on Zoom.
Good evening. Thank you all so much for your endurance. I know this is a long hearing and I appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is Molly Crane and I'm an attorney at FAM. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization and we've worked on compassionate release for 25 years in every state and in the federal system. We strongly support this bill, which contains no appropriation and will result in significant cost savings. Just briefly, compassionate release is best practice and exists in every system except here in statute because these people are the most expensive to incarcerate, the most burdensome to care for, and the least likely to recidivate. This bill will result in cost savings because people eligible for compassionate release have a much higher cost need. They need prescriptions, durable medical equipment, labs and imaging, appointments with specialists, surgeries, transportation to and from the facility, emergency room admissions, hospice care, and more. In fact, the cost estimated is 6 to 10 times higher for an elderly or sick incarcerated person in custody who is as likely to recidivate as 0%. If individuals granted compassionate release are on Medicaid in the community, the federal government will cover to 60 to 90% of those medical costs, depending on the program they're enrolled in. We've estimated that in the first year of this implementation, the bill could save the department between $9 and $14 million. The cost savings will also provide DCR with any necessary funds to hire additional staff that they need to implement the program. We just respectfully request an effective date and note that people serving mandatory minimums in LWOP are eligible for compassionate release in the majority of parole-based states, and that will result in the cost savings we detailed in the testimony. We thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and we respectfully request that you pass this bill, which will reduce costs, support staff, provide dignity, and protect public safety. I'll be here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Dennis Dunn in opposition on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee.
I am testifying against this measure. As is currently constituted, I am not against compassionate release. It's a great idea. It's being done right now. What I am concerned about is basically four things. One, there's no provision or consideration of the concerns of victims prior to the individual's release. You may have situations where the release location is problematic because it may be near to the victim, or for example, their workplace may be close, or they may be a family member. And obviously, you can understand if a family member suddenly has someone show up and not expecting them, it can be very traumatic. Also, we're very concerned about some of the offenders who might be serial sex offenders, murderers, attempted murders, or arsonists, for whom there appears to be no particular concern addressed in this measure. Second, the procedures seem to ignore minimum sentences required by law, invoked by the judge of sentencing, or established by the paroling authority. And although victim notification is included in the current language, there is nothing specifying the timing of the notification or the way it is to take place. Thus, these releases may subject survivors to the unpleasant and potentially traumatizing experience of seeing the perpetrator in the community without adequate prior notification. And as noted, the proposed working group, as so often is the case, does not include any members who represent or have experience representing the interests of crime victims, which makes me assume the proposed administrative rules emanating from this working group is unlikely to include any accommodation for victims. And one thing I'll finally note, I noted that everyone has, or many people have mentioned the fact that we're the only state that doesn't have legislation. If this passes in its current form, we'll be the only state that will have the statute which does not having a meaningful consultation and notification process for victims. Thank you very much. As I said, in this present form, I am opposed to this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. That is everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Members, additional testimony in support from the Office of the Public Defender, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 6 organizations and 5 individuals. Testimony in opposition from the Department of the Prosecuting Attorney for the City and County of Honolulu, the Crime Victim Compensation Commission, and 1 other individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Rep. Hartsfield, Rep. Takanoshi.
I have a question for Director Johnson. Thank you for being here today, Director. You heard the AG's office testify that there has been a compassionate release program since 1991. Can you kind of walk us through and explain briefly what that process currently entails?
Yes. So, even prior to 1991, there was a system in place. But in 1991, the current HP Administrative Rules, Title 23, Chapter 23, Title 700, went into effect. In that, it's specific to the types of illnesses the type of issues an inmate have that can be considered for a compassionate release. And that would be in 23-26, subparagraph A and C. And so the reason why we're the only state that didn't have it, because we have it in statute, is we have a process in place. It's really not ad hoc. It's really a process that we worked out with the prosecutors where they get 48 hours notice to provide input before the HPA considers a hearing. This measure actually increases the time it would take to process a packet, and because it allows another inmate to assist another incarcerated person, there is a potential for, we believe, fraud. And so the process works. It's a well-oiled machine, and I want to make it clear. HPA has approved every compassionate release packet, the last 13, that we forwarded to them. Of that, 9 people were in custody. 1 person died in custody because the care homes are not accepting them. So the issue is not, are they getting approved for compassionate release? There's 8 people still in custody that are chaired or set, but we cannot find a location that will take them. So if this measure passes, then we're just going to increase the list of people who may be pending release and have nowhere to go. So I'd ask the committee to consider that, because then we only add to the aggravation and we add to the long list of people who are sitting there waiting to go. So from our standpoint, we create a sensory cell at Halava and at Women's, and it's not a lot, but it at least looks like a regular bedroom and not a cell, where the last thing someone sees if we can't get them out is not the bars. They see a regular bedroom, but it is secure.
And then my follow-up question is, would there be any changes if this bill were to be passed?
If this bill were to pass, I think what we're gonna see is an increase in the number of applications, some frivolous. This bill doesn't say how often someone can apply. It doesn't say that, it doesn't provide a provision where multiple people can apply for the same inmate. So we might get one from the person's mother, we might get one from another inmate, we might get an application from the inmate themselves or the inmate who's assisting them. That requires staff time and resources if you read the bill. So honestly, again, we're not against compassionate release, but we honestly don't believe this bill will address the issue of downstream of getting housing for these people when they get paroled.
Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
Chair.
Vice Chair?
Hey, Christian with the Correctional System Oversight Commission. Along the lines of some things that were brought up just now, and with the AGs and with Blue Urshik's testimony, this question about bed space and where people are gonna go if they're released. Do you have any comment or insight on it? Because I mean, I do agree that, right, these are gonna be people who, because of them being applicable for this, they likely have like a high medical need. They are likely gonna be a difficult placement. We already have a shortage of long-term care beds in community. Do you have any comment or thoughts about that part of the conversation, I guess, from your guys' standpoint?
It's definitely a challenge. I agree with the department that and the HPA that's definitely one of the most challenging parts about compassionate release. HPA has done an outstanding job of meeting with multiple hospital administrators to try to get them to accept these folks. And some hospitals will agree to take them case by case basis, and some just across the board won't. So it is an issue. I don't think that this bill would necessarily make it more of an issue, given that, you know, compassionate release is already moving through and HPA already approves people. So I don't fully understand the connection there, but yeah, but I would agree in general that having the placement specifically is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I think we talk a lot about this, like in Health and Human Services Committee too, right? Just for community bed space in general, and you know, to mandate something on the books, knowing that we have this issue without also doing the work to kind of maybe make sure there's placement for somewhere for them to go is.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are doing the work though, right? Like, I think, you know, like I've met with hospital administrators. Like I said, HPA has done an outstanding job continuing to meet. Like, I don't think that work isn't being done. I don't think we're all sitting back and just saying, well, it is what it is. But I wouldn't say, like, I still think that the bill has a lot of weight, even though that is a continuing issue. The other thing that the bill has is a lot of tracking metrics that's required that is not happening right now. And I think one of the benefits of that is that if we can take that, you know, tracking metrics, whether it's people who have applied and they've been approved, but they're waiting, right? Like, we can show that to the legislature, we can show that to hospital administrators and show like there is a true need for this and we need to figure it out. And so, like, I still think that there's benefits of the bill, even though that is an issue. And again, like, I really want to commend the Hawaii Paroling Authority because they're really, really reaching out aggressively and trying to find spaces for these people that are medically appropriate.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Members, additional questions? Seeing none, we're going to proceed on to SB 2567, SD2, HD2, relating to petitions to temporarily restrain and enjoin harassment of an employee.
Department of Education and Support.
Department of Education stands on its testimony and support.
Thank you. With the Judiciary and Support. Not present. Oh, on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Thank you for accommodating me via Zoom. I had to dip out of the in-person hearing so I could pick up my daughter from daycare. Nick Severson, I am a staff attorney for the State Supreme Court, testifying on behalf of the judiciary in strong support of this bill. We stand on our written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us today. Members, additional testimony in support from the Department of Human Services, the Office of Wellness and Resilience, 3 organizations, and 3 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Seeing none, moving on to SB 2438, SD1 HD1 relating to civil interference with constitutional and statutory rights.
We have testimony in support from Fujiwara and Rosenbaum LLC on Zoom.
Yes. Aloha, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Juben Fujiwara. I'm the senior law partner at Fujiwara and Rosenbaum. We're a civil rights law firm that has represented workers in Hawaii, excuse me, since 1986. This bill, the Hawaii Civil Rights Protection Act, creates no physical obligation for the state or the counties, which is, I'm sure, a concern for your committee. And also the other point for your committee is that the state and counties face 0 litigation exposure. Then I want to talk a minute about the reason for the bill. Right now, I think we all know that we are facing a constitutional crisis. The federal government has become the primary violator of our constitutional rights. This bill gives us a way to fight back as the Trump federal government continues to violate our constitutional rights. And right now, as a civil rights attorney, I can tell you that in the about 40 years I've been practicing, that protection has never been more urgent. So with this legislation, as a background, you should know that it's the basic architecture of civil rights enforcement has existed in the United States since 1871, right after the Civil War, a few years later. It is actually called the Ku Klux Klan Act, which I think is how ICE works in Hawaii and on the continent. This act created what we call 42 USC 1983. And as civil rights attorneys, it allows victims of state-sponsored violence to seek redress in federal court. So you need to realize back then, in 1871, it was protecting Black people who were ex-slaves from being victims of the governments in the Deep South. I know this for a fact because I am from the Deep South. I'm from New Orleans. Now, this Civil Rights Protection
To wrap up
Act.
your testimony, we do have your written comments.
Yeah, I'm almost finished. It flips it. The Hawaii residents who become victims of federal sponsored violence like ICE can now seek redress in our state courts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Coalition for Immigrant Rights and Support on Zoom. Not present. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us today. Also, testimony and support from the Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women, 7 organizations, and 30 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. SB 3294, SD2 HD2 relating to wrongful imprisonment.
Okay, Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation and Support.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Tommy Johnson, the Director of the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. We support this measure, but we request one slight amendment, specifically to Section 2, HRS 661 B through F, jurisdiction over the person in the bill, page 9, line 20 and 21, and page 10, line 1 and 2, it lists the judiciary and the Department of Correctional Rehabilitation shall retain jurisdiction. I'll make it clear, once we release someone under this type of court order, we have no jurisdiction in the case whatsoever. So it would be the judiciary and some other entity, maybe DHS was listed in a different version, an ordered version. I'm not sure that's the appropriate agency either, but we certainly would have no jurisdiction in the case. Thank you.
Thank you. The judiciary with comments on Zoom.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Wong. I'm the staff attorney for the criminal divisions of the First Circuit Court, as well as for Judiciary Administration. The judiciary stands on our written testimony, noting some concerns regarding the implementation surrounding the operational and jurisdictional issues we've noted. The findings and orders set forth in Section 2 appear to be required to be made either in the criminal court or in an HRPP Rule 40 proceeding. The judiciary would note that those courts are not courts that could generally order entities that are not parties to the case to provide legal remedies such as monetary and or other equitable relief. So in light of that, the court will likely be required to file a separate court case and or a petition on behalf of the former defendant and serve the appropriate parties in order to issue the orders required by this measure. Finally, given the nature of appeals and the Rule 40 proceedings, there is a concern that the triggering events noted in Section 2 will likely not occur in the same proceeding or even at the same time. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you. Department of Human Services with comments on Zoom.
I'm here by Edie Miyashiro, Department of Human Services, and we stand on our testimony, and we also have comments in our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Testimony in support from the offices of Setsuko Regina Gromley on Zoom. Not present. Testimony in support from Gordon Cordero on Zoom. Here. Gordon Cordero.
Oh, I'm present.
Oh. Okay, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Gordon Cordero, and on February 21st, I'm in support of this bill. February 21st, I walked out of prison after 31 years for a crime I did not commit. 31 years of my life gone. When I was finally exonerated, they gave me a 30-day supply of medication, walked me to the gate, opened it, and left me there. That was it. No plan, no support, no one to help me understand the world I hadn't lived in for 3 decades. Just a gate closing behind me. I stood there as a free man, but I had nothing. No ID, no money, no transportation, no place to go. Everything I once knew was gone. The world had moved on without me. And in that moment, freedom didn't feel like freedom. It felt like being abandoned all over again. I was lucky. My family showed up. They put clothes on my hands so I wouldn't walk out dressed like I was still incarcerated. They gave me a phone so I could connect to a world that left me behind. They gave me a place to sleep and a chance to breathe. But without them, I don't know what would have happened to me. And that's the truth for too many people. We had nothing. We're not talking about thousands of cases. We're talking about a few. People proven innocent, people the system got wrong. If we can admit that kind of mistake, then we can take responsibility for what comes next. Because this is what happens, and that's what matters. Advance payments are not a gift. They're a survival. They mean a roof over your head, food on the table, a chance to stand up again instead of falling into crisis. Freedom without support is not justice, it's neglect. When the state takes decades from an innocent person, it takes birthdays, families, and a life that can never be given back. The least it can do is not leave them standing alone at a prison gate, wondering how they're going to survive. If justice means anything at all, it must mean this. When you take a life, you take responsibility for rebuilding it. Please pass this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We also have Sarah Cordero in support on Zoom.
Here. Aloha committee members, my name is Sarah Cordero. You just heard from my brother, Gordon. Gordon was released a year ago, and while it has been a year of reconnection, attempted healing, and making up for lost time, it's also been a year of struggling to reacclimate. Gordon was left at the prison gate with a paper bag, released without resources and without the structured support needed to begin again. I can't bring myself to think what he would have gone through if we weren't there to receive him. I could speak for hours about what he and our family endured during his 3 decades of wrongful incarceration, but that's not why we're here. Today is about the injustice that follows release. It's about what happens next. Gordon is trying to rebuild his life in a world that has completely changed. He faces enormous challenges, emotionally, physically, medically, and financially. If we weren't there, where would he be today? Homeless, alone, unable to his basic daily and medical needs, or worse, like Alvin Jardine. If a conviction is overturned, it means the case was never proven, and the system returns to step one. But families like ours have already lost years or even decades. Those years of incarceration were never owed, they were taken. And while the state may choose to retry a case, Gordon doesn't get that do-over. He gets a start. This bill is important because it recognizes that when someone loses decades of their life to wrongful imprisonment, they need immediate support, stability, healthcare, financial assistance, and guidance. They need dignity. They should not have to struggle alone after already enduring the injustice of such a profound loss of time. Nothing can give Gordon or our family back the 31 years we lost, but this bill can give him and others like him a real chance to rebuild. It represents accountability, compassion, and real commitment to justice. Please do not let another innocent person walk out of prison with nothing and no place to begin again. I respectfully urge you to pass this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, that's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Also testimony in opposition from the Department of the Prosecuting Attorney for the City and County of Honolulu. Testimony in support from the Office of the Public Defender, 1 organization, and 2 other individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Seeing none, we're on to our last page. We have SB 2598 relating to non-general funds.
Tom Yamachika with comments on Zoom.
Don't you vote?
Not present. That's all the testimony we received on this measure. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No. SB 2808 SD1 relating to the budget.
Okay, we received testimony from the Department of Budget and Finance with comments. But they're not present. And that's all the testimony we received. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? Nope. SB 2600 SD1 relating to the general fund.
Okay, Department of Taxation with comments.
The department stands on this written testimony.
Thank you. And Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom. Not present. That's all the testimony we received on this measure. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, questions? No. Okay, last item, we have SB 2921 SD1 relating to state funds.
Okay, we have the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations in opposition.
Good evening, Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Jade Butai for the LIR. We stand on our testimony in strong opposition. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Department of Transportation in opposition on Zoom. Not present. Department of Human Services with comments on Zoom. Not present. Judiciary in opposition. Not present. University of Hawaii in opposition. It's under Michael Ng, but okay, there's a lot more. Yeah. Okay. Department of Education in opposition. Not present. Department of Accounting and General Services with comments.
Chair, Vice Chair, sorry. Gotta listen better. Keith Regan, Comptroller, Department of Accounting General Services. We stand on our written testimony providing comments on this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Department of Taxation with comments.
Department stands on its written testimony offering comments.
Thank you. State Health Planning and Development Agency with comments, Shipta,
He left.
not present.
He told me what to say, but I won't.
Oh. Department of, DLIR, Department of Business Development and, or several from DBED, if anybody is there,
Aloha and good evening. Rick Ryan on behalf of DBED. I'm standing up here because we're asking, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, we're asking to be excluded. When the Hawaii legislature founded the Hawaii Film and Creative Industries Development Special Fund, it was through Act 193 SLH 2022. There are no general funds, and all the funds are earned through the department's rentals of our state film facilities in Kalaeloa. So what had happened is, this is probably the original Genius Act, because Big Hollywood, which pays the fees to rent our studios, and when I say Big Hollywood, that's Sony, Warner Brothers, CBS, Disney, Apple Plus, and etc. On one side, funding Little Hollywood, which is our creative content creators in the island, our local community. They're paying that money, going into the fund, and it goes to support our content creators and intellectual property creators. So you've got Big Hollywood supporting Little Hollywood in Hawaii. We recently put out an RFP for $400,000 for content creators, and we're overwhelmed with 115 applications from local content creators, that's producers, writers, and screenplay writers, who applied for the grants, 400,000 in grants. If the funds are swept, all hell's gonna break loose with this local content creator community, because you would take away funding from these grants that we're trying to put out there through the RFP. We hope that this legislature excludes this special fund, which was created by the legislature in the first place. We respectfully request your consideration in excluding the, we call it the Hawaii Film Creative Fund, but its real name is called the Creative Industry Special Development Special Fund. And so we're just here to say, we asked for an exclusion. I think there have already been maybe 5 or 6 agencies excluded from this list of funds being swept, which I proposed. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Department of Health with comments.
Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Kenny Fink with the team from the Department of Health, and we will stand on our testimony providing comments.
Thank you. State Council on Mental Health with, comments, but they're not here. Hawaii Tourism Authority with comments.
Aloha, Talon Kishi, standing in for Caroline Anderson. We stand in our written testimony. Mahalo, Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Housing Authority in opposition, not present. Hawaii State Public Library System in opposition.
Valerie Fujitani for the Hawaii State Public Library System, standing on a written testimony in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. HHFDC with comments.
Chair, Vice Chair, members, HFC stands on its testimony offering comments.
Thank you. HCDA with comments. Not present. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom. Not present. Hilo Benioff Medical Center Foundation in opposition on Zoom. Please, sorry, Lisa Rance.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I am so sorry. I had to get on my phone. But thank you for sticking with us all this time. I respectfully stand on my written testimony in opposition to SB 2921, but I'd like to briefly add a few points from the field. In my role working across White Island and with partners statewide, I see what happens when workforce infrastructure is weak and inconsistent. The challenge is not just the number of providers, it's the lack of coordinated, reliable systems that allow us to understand, plan for, and respond to that shortage in real time. The physician workforce funding supports something that is often invisible, but absolutely essential: alignment. Alignment between data, policy, recruitment efforts, and on-the-ground realities. Without that alignment, even well-intentioned investments become fragmented and less effective. I also want to underscore that in Hawaii, we already struggle with incomplete and inconsistent healthcare data. The work supported through this fund helps bring clarity to that picture, which is critical for making responsible policy decisions. From a systems perspective, removing this funding doesn't just reduce capacity, it disrupts the infrastructure that holds our workforce strategy together. I guess I would say in my closing, strong workforce outcomes don't happen by accident. They require sustained, intentional infrastructure. And if you sweep this money, we will not have that and we'll be worse off for it. And I thank you for the opportunity to provide this additional testimony. And I'm happy to answer questions about what we're actually doing boots on the ground across the neighbor islands in collaboration with Kelly Withey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have testimony from Consumer Technology Association in opposition on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I apologize that my camera is not working, but my name is Katie Riley and I represent the Consumer Technology Association. I go by the acronym CTA. CTA is the trade association representing the U.S. consumer technology industry, which includes manufacturers of televisions and computer equipment who pay for the electronic device recycling program in Hawaii, which includes fees paid to register with the Department of Health and any possible fines that are then deposited into the Electronic Device Recycling Fund. We're here to respectfully oppose the use of the funds from the Electronic Device Recycling Fund for the purposes of SB 2921. We stand on our written testimony. I do want to stress this fund was established under Chapter 339D-10, and the language clearly dictates how the funding should be utilized, which is either for DOH to implement and enforce the Electronic Device Recycling Program or for DOH to support county electronics collection programs. The state's identified electronics recycling as a policy priority, and we want to see funding remain dedicated to those efforts. We appreciate the opportunity to provide input and respectfully oppose the specific provision of SD 2921. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Grassroots Institute of Hawaii in support, not present. Manoa Botanicals LLC with comments.
Hello, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi, and House Committee members. My name is Carlin Lausa, and I am the CEO for Manoa Botanicals. I strongly urge the committee to remove the Medical Cannabis Registry and Regulation Special Fund from this measure, particularly because the money in the fund is not a surplus. The money in the fund are regulatory fees paid for by patients and licensed operators, intended to support and improve the program. The program, however, is in its 5th year of decline in participation. And so the funds could be deployed to repair the damage that has occurred from the largest 2 opportunities that the program faces. The first is that patients continue to pay a high entry fee to join the program, but are not given their medication on the day it is prescribed. The second largest opportunity facing the program is that there are many illegal operators selling cannabis labeled as hemp, free from enforcement, making it a lot easier to obtain cannabis instead of joining the medical program. So humbly ask you to please exempt the Medical Cannabis Registry and Regulation Special Fund from this measure so that it can be deployed to take care of our patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Withey in opposition.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name's Kelly Withy. I do the Physician Workforce Assessment every year, and I'm asking you to exempt line 139, which is the UH Jobs and Special Fund. This money is not general funds money. This money came from the physicians. They pay it every other year. So we don't get this money every year, and we're actually making excellent progress in this area. Although we do have a shortage of 844 physicians compared to a community of this size on the continent. So please exempt 139, JABSOM Special Fund, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional testimony in opposition from the Department of Lands and Natural Resources, comments from NELHA, 4 organizations and 4 individuals also in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, questions on this item? If not, we're going to recess very briefly, kind of collect ourselves, and then we'll proceed with decision making. Recess. Aloha, everyone. We're reconvening the House Committee on Finance for decision-making on our Tuesday, April 7th, 2 p.m. agenda here in Conference Room 308. We have about 50 bills on the agenda, so bear with me, and I appreciate your stamina and patience. Okay, first we're going to open up with SB 2706, SD1, HD1 relating to workforce development. The Chair's recommendation is to move this as is. Are there questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2706, SD1, HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Hartsfield.
Aye.
Representative Hussey is excused. Representative Keokapu Loy.
Aye.
Representative Kitagawa.
Aye.
Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lee.
Aye.
Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Peruso.
Aye.
Representative Templo.
Aye.
Representative Yamashita.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Gideon.
Aye.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Aye.
Representative Hussey.
Aye.
Recommendations adopted.
SB 2802, SD1, HD1 relating to the University of Hawaii. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2802, SD1, HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting the presence of all members who will be counted as present for the remaining of the agenda unless otherwise announced. Are there any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Next, we have SB 3238, SD1, HD1 relating to language access. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Vice Chair.
SB 3238, SD1, HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3286, SD1, HD1 relating to the University of Hawaii. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3286, SD1, HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, our next item will be pushing to Wednesday for decision making. The intent will be to move it forward, but we're trying to work out a couple things on the back end. So that'll be SB 2125, SD1, HD1 relating to teacher licensing, push to decision making for tomorrow. SB 2615, HD1 relating to school cafeteria meal costs. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2615, HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2095, SD1, HD1 relating to environmental protection. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2095, SD1, HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3138, SD1, HD1 relating to independent audits of deposit beverage distributors. Recommendation will be to move this forward as is. I think there's still a few things they got to work out, but there's a lot of value in coming up with a good outcome in conference for some of the smaller operators. So recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3138, SD1, HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Reservations for Rep. Gideon. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3203, HD1 relating to air medical services. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3203, HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
This next item will recommend an HD2. This is SB 2261, SD1, HD1 relating to health. Recommendation to move with an amendment as an HD2. We need some technical amendments to just provide some clarification because some of the language is a little, I don't know, janky. Okay. We're not going to break it, I promise. Questions, comments? Okay. Vice Chair, go ahead.
Okay. SB 2261, SD1, HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Next, we have SB 3045, SD1, HD2 relating to health insurance. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3045, SD1, HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2866, SD1, HD1 relating to Kupuna housing. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2866, SD1, HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, we have some amendments for this next measure. SB 3025, SD2, HD2 relating to medical debt. The recommendation of the chair is to move it forward as an HD3. We have prior concurrence from the Health and Human Services chairs. There's testimony provided by Holomua. They've been working with AG and some other entities to clean it up prior to conference. We'd like to incorporate their changes and any necessary technical amendments. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3324 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos
Reservations.
and Gideon. Any other reservations? Any no votes?
I think I missed one. That's okay, we can go back to them after this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. I jumped one on accident. That's all right.
Oh, sorry.
No, my fault. I think we can close this one out and then I'll go to that one. We're good.
Sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, so the one we missed, SB 3324 SD1 HD1 relating to Medicaid. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
I think I have to do the poll. Or I did it. I read this. That's why.
Oh, during the vote. Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. I think we have to.
Motion to reconsider.
I don't know. Cause I did the vote.
On the wrong.
Yeah. So we have to do a reconsider. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, we need to move to reconsider SB 3324 SD1 HD1.
Chair will make the motion to reconsider.
Solid. Is there a second?
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Alright. Okay, we're gonna take up SB 3324 SD1 HD1, my bad, relating to Medicaid. The recommendation will be to move this forward as is.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Okay. SB 3324 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Sorry. Okay. Noting the excused absence of Representative Peruso for this measure, is there any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, thanks, my bad on that. Okay, now we'll move back on to SB 3025 SD2 HD2, relating to medical debt. Plan would be to move this forward as an HD3, taking into account the amendments suggested by Holomua and any technical amendments necessary. Questions, comments? If not, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 3025 SD2 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments, noting all members present again. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos and Gideon. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Okay, now we have SB 3029 SD1 HD1 relating to community development. The chair's recommendation will be to move this forward as an HD2, incorporating HCDA's proposed amendments and dates. They just wanted to kind of shift it back a little bit to give everyone a little bit more time. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 3029 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? And Rep. Gideon. Other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2961 SD1 HD1 relating to insurance. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2961 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
We have a few more as is. We have SB 3103 SD2 HD1 relating to energy assistance. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3103 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3204 SD1 HD1 relating to family resilience pilot program. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3204 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2557 SD1 HD1 relating to homelessness. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2557 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2803 SD1 HD1 relating to homelessness. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2803 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Recommendation for the next one will be an HD2. This is for SB 2861 SD2 HD1 relating to the Office of Wellness and Resilience. The proposed amendments would be clarifying in nature, Right now, it's not explicit that the agencies may only expend money if the legislature authorizes the establishment of the pilot program. They're a little disconnected in the bill, so we want to connect them. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just a comment, I just wanted to clarify that there was testimony from Office of Wellness and Resiliency that the plan that they will create is for services that will be voluntary and not mandatory. Thank you.
Okay, questions, anyone? If not, Vice Chair.
SB 2861, SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3320, SD1 HD1, relating to the Food and Product Innovation Network. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3320, SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. SB 3007, SD2 HD1, relating to culture and arts. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3007, SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? For Rep. Alco's reservations, any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Our next item recommendation will be to amend. We have SB 2907, SD1 HD2, relating to marine affairs. Recommendation will be in HD3. Right now, we just need to change the task force to a board because task forces are not governing bodies. So kind of a technical cleanup. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2907, SD1 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
We'll have another amendment for this next measure, SB 2074, SD1 HD2, relating to state facilities. A couple of amendments for a proposed HD3. One is we want to limit the exemption to concessions under the jurisdiction of the Stadium Authority because that's a little unclear. And also we'd remove the language which allows for outdoor advertising on the exterior of any stadium operated by the Stadium Authority. The language would still be alive in conference for them to consider, but for the time being, I'd like to take that out. Questions or comments?
Comments, Chair. I appreciate the amendments. I initially was gonna vote with reservations, but with the amendments, I will be voting aye. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, Vice Chair.
SB 2074, SD1 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes?
No.
Sorry,
No.
no for Rep. Reyes-Oda. Any other no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2376, SD2 HD1. The recommendation will be an HD2. This is relating to the renewable fuels production tax credit. We want to blank the amount of the tax credit and also the per entity credit cap. We'd like to blank those amounts out. We'd also add sustainable aviation fuel to the list of renewable fuels at the recommendation of one of our chairs. I don't know. Do we have money for this? You guys got questions, comments? No? Okay, Vice Chair.
SB 2376.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. My bad.
I just have reservations.
Okay, anyone else? Not Vice Chair.
SB 2376, SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments noting reservations for Rep. Russo. Any other reservations? Rep. Alcos
Reservations.
and Rep. Reyes-Oda. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2577, SD2 HD1, relating to sports tourism. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2577, SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2798, SD1 HD1, relating to law enforcement. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2798, SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. SB 2110, SD1 HD1, relating to agriculture. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2110, SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. The next item, SB 1166, SD2 HD2, relating to insurance. The recommendation will be to move it forward as is. It's pretty complex, and I think there's value in kind of an additional conversation on this, knowing that there's a lot to work out. But I ask for your indulgence. So, questions, comments? Nope. Vice Chair.
SB 1166 SD2 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservation, okay, sorry, I saw it on the side. Reservations for Gideon, Reyes Oda, and this side, Miyake, Keokapu Leloy, Lee, Hartsfield, and any other reservations? No, any no, okay, and no vote for Rep. Alcos, and any other no votes?
Please, sorry, I'm gonna change mine to a no.
Oh, sure, okay. Rep. Gideon is now a no vote. Okay, any other reservations or no's? Okay, recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Now we have SB 2756 HD1 relating to conservation enforcement. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2756 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2999 SD1 HD2 relating to a clean fuel standard. Again, a similarly complicated matter, but I think there's some value in taking this to conference and seeing if we can figure out a solution. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2999 SD1 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Okay.
Just a few.
On the side, representative reservations for Miyake, Keohakapu Leloy, Lee, Hartsfield, and on this side, Rep. Gideon. And okay, any no votes?
No.
No vote for Rep. Alcos. Any other no votes? Okay, recommendations adopted.
SB 2101 SD1 HD1 relating to organic waste. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2101 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes?
No.
No vote for Rep. Alcos. Any other no's? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, bear with me for a minute on this next one. This is SB 3125 SD1 relating to income tax. The chair's recommendation is going to be to insert the HD1 for HB 2306, which is a bill we passed out of finance, which then would keep this language intact, taking it to conference for negotiations. In addition to that, I'd like to add a section which would insert the contents of HB 2241 HD1, which is the bill that actually passed out of WHAM, but I like it intact in this measure, which restructures the renewable energy tax credit. It would it would be a savings to the state and put some means testing so that very wealthy individuals would no longer be able to claim the credit. So briefly, just touching on a few things, I think there's actually a ton of value in the Senate proposal, and I think going into conference, I think there's enough there that we can figure it out, and we'll find a balance that I think can keep much more of the income tax plan in place, particularly for pretty much 80, 90, 95% of people. So that's the goal going in. I would note that the new budget proposed by the federal government would completely eliminate all federal funding for DHL and Hawaiian education, housing, and career training, which is something that hasn't really been factored into our budget. In addition to that, since we originally scheduled HB 2306, the Iran conflict started off, oil is up 50%. We've had about $1 billion in flood damage. So there's a lot kind of on the table, and it's evolving month to month. So there's some concern there. I think beyond that, I'm pretty confident that we'll find the right solution in conference, and it's something that most of us can support, and I think we'll be all right. And I think the priority is going to be keeping those tax cuts in place for those who most need it, and then figuring out how to make sure that we have enough recurring revenue so that our bottom line is sound. So that's the intent for conference. And we have questions, comments? Seeing none.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair.
SB 3125 SD1, recommendation is to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no? Oh. No, no reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Reyes Oda. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Gideon and Alcos no votes. Any other no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have SB 2881 SD1 relating to state income tax. Recommendation will be an HD1 with a defective date. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2881 SD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 28, I got confused. SB 2811, SD2 HD1 relating to state building projects. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2811 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, SB 2109, SD2 HD1 relating to emergency preparedness communications. Oh, man, I keep doing that. Okay. SB 3332, SD1 HD1 relating to state-funded travel. Seeing if you're paying attention. Recommendation is to move this as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3332 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2109, SD2 HD1 relating to emergency preparedness communications. The recommendation of the chair is to move this as is. I would just like to note, there's some significant concerns, particularly from Hawaii County, on whether they can do this and whether it's actually achievable given the limited resources of our county. But hopefully we can figure something out in conference that kind of strikes the balance and keeps the well-meaning intent in place. Questions, comments? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
For those reasons, Chair, I think I'm going to be voting reservations in addition to Hawaii County. I think with the Broadcasters Association, they're trying to figure out a way on how to get those feeds together. And at the end of the day, it's an opportunity to provide good, clear, concise information. But this kind of creates a hurdle for that good, clear, concise information. So I'll be voting with reservations.
Thank you. Anyone else? Get Rep. Hartsfield?
Similarly, on a similar bill on the House side, I voted with reservations for that reason as well, the resources available on the neighbor islands and whether or not they will be able to execute it if passed. So I'm going to vote the same way with reservations.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? If not, Vice Chair.
SB 2109 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations for Reps. Hartsfield and Keaukaupuni-Loi. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3234, SD2 HD1 relating to traffic safety. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3234 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2470, SD2 HD1 relating to transportation. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB
Oh, sorry, Rep. Russo. I'm going real quick. Go ahead.
It's okay. Because we're not changing where the funding mechanism, that funding mechanism, I'm going to be with reservations.
Gotcha.
Fingers crossed we change it.
Yeah, there's time. All right. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
SB 2470 SD2 HD1, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any other reservations from aside from Rep. Russo? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3156, SD1 HD1 relating to federal military installations. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3156 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Reservations for Rep. Alcos? Any other reservations? Any no? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
All right. SB 2146, SD1 HD2 relating to traffic infractions. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2146 SD1 HD2, recommendation is to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Praise Oda. Any other reservations? Any no votes?
No.
No vote for Rep. Alcos and Gideon. Any other no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3157, HD1 relating to transportation. The recommendation will be remove this forward as an HD to blanking the amount out for the cap. I just want to thank everyone who supported this when me and Rep. Ichiyama worked on this a couple of years ago, because now there's conveniently a bunch of money in it and we may need that money. So good bill, good bill. Recommendation to move as an HD2. Questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3157 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Reservations for Rep. Alcos and Reyes-Soto and Gideon. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3152, SD2 HD1 relating to commercial port administration. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3152 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3215, HD1 relating to harbor safety, recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3215 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3082, SD1 HD1 relating to military families, recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3082 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2433 SD1 HD1, recommendation to move as an HD2. This is relating to condominiums. The proposed amendments would be technical and clarifying that the rule will be adopted according to HRS 91. So just kind of clarifying so it's not as open-ended. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2433 SD1 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 3255 SD1 HD1 relating to currency. The recommendation will be to move this forward as an HD2, clarifying may from shall so that the businesses are not obligated to do the round up, round down. It's flexible. And similarly, removing the word require. So this is a tool, but not a mandate. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 3255 SD1 HD1, recommendation is to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2575 SD2 HD1 relating to firearms, recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Rep. Hartsfield?
I'm gonna be voting with reservations because I believe the language still needs to be tightened up a little bit more.
Sure.
And so that's my only comment. Thank you.
I got you.
Just a comment. They're not here, but I wanted to thank law enforcement for their testimony.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, Vice Chair.
SB 2575 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any noting reservations for Rep. Hartsfield. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, this next measure, SB 2530 SD2 HD1 relating to campaign contributions. The recommendation would be to get this to conference as is. I think there's some changes I'd like to see, but I trust the subject matter chairs to work some stuff out. I notably would have some questions around who it applies to, who the burden is on, whether it's on the candidate or whether it's on the contractor. And some of the projected costs to administer don't seem to make a ton of sense to me, and it could probably be done a lot cheaper. But I'll be working with the subject matter chairs to try and find a solution. Questions or comments? Rep. Russo?
Because I concurred with the folks who testified that the scope should be re-expanded, I'm just gonna be WR on this one.
I got you. Okay. Anyone else? If not, Rep. Hartsfield and Rep. Alvarez.
Similarly, I'm gonna, as Rep. Caruso stated, I'm gonna be voting with reservations.
Okay. Same here. Okay. Anyone else? If not, Vice Chair.
Okay, SB 2530 SD2 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations for Reps. Hartsfield, Caruso, and Elkos. Any other reservations?
Reservations.
Rep. Oda. Any no votes?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
2530 reservations.
And Rep. Gideon reservations. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2688 SB1 HD1 relating to compassionate release. I think there's a lot of value in this and some stuff that still has to get worked out by the respective judiciary chairs, but I think there's value in moving along as is, and hopefully they can find something that's a good fit. Questions or comments?
I have one.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be voting with reservations just to be consistent. I voted with reservations on the House Companion, and I do agree with some of the concerns that were brought up regarding this bill.
Me too. Okay, Rep. Hartsfield, you had something?
I'm also gonna be voting with reservations, but I do think there is value in having more discussion in it. And I really wanted to note the significant piece of the data that the bill includes, because I think that's something that is necessary to move something like this forward. So I just want to make sure that that stays in the bill as it's discussed in committee. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, similarly, reservations, interestingly enough, I think the data is what everybody wants. I'm just not sure if a bill is needed and we could actually just go ahead and do it. And so, if that's such a critical piece with that reservation.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, Vice Chair.
SB 2688 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended noting reservations for Reps Hartsfield, Keakapu Levoy, and Kitagawa. Any other reservations? Reservations for Praise Oda and Lee
And Templo.
and Templo. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Rep Alcos no vote. Any other no votes? Rep Gideon no vote. Okay, that's everybody. Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have SB 2567 SD2 HD2 relating to petitions to temporarily restrain and enjoin harassment of an employee. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2567 SD2 HD2 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos. Any other reservations? And Gideon. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2438 SD1 HD1 relating to civil interference with constitutional and statutory rights. I'm hopeful that they can work some stuff out, but as it is, I think there's a number of challenges. The recommendation is to move this as is and give our judiciary chairs time to work on this and kind of consult with various areas of legal counsel to see if they can find the right balance. But it's going to be difficult, I think. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2438 SD1 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes?
No.
No vote for Rep Alcos. Any other no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. SB 3294 SD2 HD2 relating to wrongful imprisonment. Similarly, I think I have more questions and answers, but we got to do something. So hopefully we can figure some stuff out in conference, or if not, revisit down the road. Recommendation to move as is. Questions or comments? Vice Chair.
SB 3294 SD2 HD2 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, our last four measures are all going to be amended because they've come over to us as in single referrals. SB 2598, recommendation to move as an HD1 with a defective date. This is relating to non-general funds. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2598, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2808, SD1, recommendation to move as an HD1. This is relating to the budget. HD1 will be a defective date. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2808 SD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
SB 2600 SD1 relating to the general fund. Recommendation to move with a new defective date as an HD1. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2600 SD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, and lastly, we have SB 2921 SD1 relating to state funds. Chair's recommendation would be to move this forward as an HD1, defecting the date and deleting. There's a table with listing all the funds with all blank amounts. We're just gonna kind of delete that out, and it'll be a vessel for conference. This is another one of those tools that we can use to try and restore as much of the income tax cut as possible. We just want to be making sure that we're going after this with a scalpel and a chainsaw, and whatever we're doing isn't going to break everything. That's the goal. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
SB 2921 SD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. We are adjourned.